All right, we are live. Welcome back, everyone, to the Finding Truth podcast here on the Unscripted Truth TV channel on YouTube. I'm Logan here with Austin once again, and tonight's episode is going to be another dive back into a little bit of what we were talking about last week, which is kind of some synchronistic things that have happened in our life, what we some philosophical ideas that we've been tossing around, what we see that this realm has to offer for us mere mortals, what's really going on, certain things we've noticed in our own lives that you know kind of lend to that, to our way of thinking now. uh I know Austin has some interesting tidbits on the race, the NASCAR race that was tonight, having to do with the upcoming elections and here in two start getting started in 2 days, which we'll then transition into and have a good banter about the upcoming elections. And yeah, without further ado, I'll kick it down to Austin, and he's got a bit more about some philosophy.
Absolutely. Last episode we talked a lot about kind of touched on like what we kind of think this is, what we think is kind of going on, and um, I brought up like reincarnation and stuff, and like kind of like like life and death, and your um, kind of like your soul, your energy, what you are, and what's kind of going on, and I touched on like being like, possibly like the reincarnation of like Kurt Cobain and stuff, and all the things that, I find interesting, and like all the connections and the gematria and everything. Um, as well as the timing, of course, too, everything. Um, and what I, like it's what's interesting, obviously, like I said, it's, reincarnation is a very interesting word. Uh, it equaling, 69 and 84, it's got those, Illuminati and Jesuit numbers. And then reincarnate equals 54 and 72, 54 being the big number, and then you have, like I said, Kurt obviously equals 29, just like I'm 29, my golden year. Just had my golden half birthday on October 29th. That was on Tuesday, so a week before the selection.
Happy half birthday.
Yep, now I'm in the second half of the golden, so I'm on the other side. But um it's interesting, like I said, Kurt Cobain equals 42, Austin 42, Jesuit 42, and that's such a big time number. The number 42. Uh, what's so interesting too, it's like I was saying, the synchronicities of certain things, and like how certain things just come to be. Like how is, I'm from Swamico, that's my hometown, and Swamico has, 81, 27, 108, and 45. Um, and that's really interesting because I lived in Shawano too, Shawano, and that's where I was living before I moved to Seattle, and it has almost the exact same gematria as Swamico.
And what was Shawno again?
It's Shawano.
Yeah.
It's interesting too because you have the 45 and the 36 that both sums to 9 as well. So you have a 9 total, a
Oh,
total of
that's right.
9.
Yeah.
So it's kind of really interesting, the places I've lived. And what's really interesting too, if you write out Swamico, Wisconsin, and Shawano, Wisconsin, it's 3 out of 4 cipher match as well. Um, and the difference, of course, in the 4 cipher is 9, because Swamico, Wisconsin equals 100, and Shawano, Wisconsin equals 91. But they both equal 206, which is interesting because that's where I end up going, 206, Seattle area code. And then of course the 226, like the Marco Polo, where Kurt Cobain stayed and I stayed in there, and the door came open on its own. But um, it's really interesting, just like in how I ended up in these places, and how the gematria is almost the exact same. Green Bay, Wisconsin, of course, equals 95. And I was born in 1995. Wisconsin equals, of course, 44. It's like Seattle. It's also got that 55 in there. Interesting. Of course, Seattle, 19. Seattle, Washington, 94. Like I was in utero in the womb in 94. And of course, Aberdeen's got the 54, the 36, the 45. Big Kurt numbers, big Jesuit numbers, big ritual numbers. Aberdeen, Washington's got the 95. Like Kurt Cobain died the 95th day of the year. I'm born in 95. And it's interesting too, because like I was saying, there are a total of 24 days in between April 5th, the day Kurt Cobain died, and then the day I was born, April 29th. And that's, there's 24 days. Clutch equals 24. It's my golden year. So there's kind of an interesting connection there as well. And, Austin being, the exact same as Jesuit. Such a weird thing. Like I said, my sister supposedly named me Austin, so that's what's so weird about it. William and Nirvana, exact four cipher match. Just how these things just come to be. And Kletchka's interesting. It's got the 69, like Illuminati, 24. So you have my golden year in there. It's interesting. Austin Kletchka equals 45. So you got the 45 in there. Once again. And what's interesting too, if you write out my full name, Austin William Kletchka, it equals 79, just like Nirvana. That's also another interesting connection as well. So interesting how little things like that, just there's always something like all the way, around. And you got like Donald Cobain, obviously, and he equals, obviously 65. Talk about all the 65s connecting everyone in Nirvana and everyone around him and everything. And, Donald being his middle name. Of course, you have Donald Trump. And of course, there's that supposed quote that Kurt Cobain talked about, talking about Donald Trump. They both have the Donald in their name, and of course, all the other numbers as well. And then Kurt Cobain, April. If you write out April 29th, the date my birthday, it equals 84. It's like my name, Austin Jesuit. And then 1967 was the year Kurt Cobain was born, obviously, and that and actually equals 94, which is the year he died. So that's a very
1967 equals 94.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was very interesting. And 67, if you write out 67, which is the year he was born as well, it equals 45 and 54, being the day he died. Very interesting.
Ritual 45, 54, big number.
Yeah, it's very interesting. If you read out 1995, it equals 98. Of course, the news broke on the 98th day of 94 that he was dead. It's kind of interesting as well.
It was on the 98th day, you said?
Yeah, the 98th day of 94 there when the news broke. It's interesting. If you read out 95, it actually equals 51. And that's interesting because that's the day Kurt Cobain was born, February 20th. It was the 51st day of the year. It's kind of a very interesting connection as well.
Yeah, I haven't done it. Oh, go ahead. No, finish, please.
Yeah, and I thought that was interesting too, because February 20th is such an interesting day. If you write out just February 20th, it equals 72 and 76. The reflections of also equals 144. But the 72, the reflection of 27, and then 76, the reflection of 67, the years he was born and the age he died. So that's pretty interesting. And if you write out February 20th, 1967, it equals 95, which is, the year I was born and the day he died as well. He died on the 95th day of the year.
Yeah, if I write out what now?
If you write out April 29th, 1995. Or no, I was talking, February 20th, 1967.
Oh.
They both actually equaled 95, which is really interesting, but
67, yeah.
Or yeah, if you write, or I just wrote it in like, if you write like February 20th, 1967, yeah, if you just write the numbers out, thought that was really interesting because that's usually what you see like for a date, like how they'll write it. But yeah, and April 29th, like I said, 1995, you write out the same way. It also equals 95. And what's interesting too, if you write out
April 29th, 1995.
Yep. I write April, and then I just do the 29th, like 29, and then TH, and then 1995, like how it's abbreviated, like how you would like see it written.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
They still matched up.
Yeah, there's overlap in there's crisscross, overlap in everything. And same thing if you write out April 5th, if you write out April and then just 5th with a 5 and the TH, it equals 44, like kill. Of course, all the deaths on that day, Kurt Cobain, Lane Staley, everything. It equals 110, just like Nirvana, and 47, just like Nirvana.
Same ciphers too.
And if you write out 94, it equals 51. And that's, of course, the day, his birthday, February 20th, day he was born, the 51st day of the year.
You got the conspiracy numbers in there. 4 cipher match with conspiracy in 94. Not all in the same cipher, actually none in the same cipher, but all the same numbers. That doesn't seem coincidental there.
Yeah, that's huge. And if you write out 1994, it also equals 98. It also equals 91, like the year Nevermind came out, which is interesting. Yeah, interesting. 91. You got the 19, the reflection there, the 9, the 1, and then that's and then you have, like I said, the 98, the day that the news broke that he was dead. Mm-hmm. It's kind of interesting. You write that out, you get that as well.
Trying to think of anything else in 94.
There was the assault weapons ban not long after that. Mm-hmm. That was in August.
Very true. That was like Joe Biden, right?
Yeah, the other A month.
Yeah. Oh, when was that? Okay, now I'm kind of curious about the actual day. August 25th, okay. Two days after September 11th. In 94, it was passed or signed by Bill Clinton. August 25th. Maybe my mind's blanking, but that just seems like a date that I've tried to remember. Maybe it was for this, actually. It might have been because of this. I've definitely read up on this before. So that might be where it's from initially. Isn't this crazy how just overnight this is Google now?
Yeah.
Like who's But oh yeah, it doesn't know anything about this though. It's like, oh, I don't know. Guns. I don't want to. I'm not trying to get canceled.
Yeah.
AI is even just like not trying to get canceled. Hmm.
Yeah, it's all very interesting. Like I was saying, all how the numbers are there and like all the connections. Like I was saying, how the numbers align, and then it's weird too how there's so many weird synchronicities. Like like how like I was saying, like how what like makes us us, like how like we are like what we are, and like um why I somehow look like Kurt Cobain, and why I'm coming into the world at that time. I was talking about like soul, like your soul, which, and it's a really interesting word because it equals 67, like the year Cobain was born. Um, and then if you write out souls, it equals 86. Like to get rid of, then equals 49. Reflection in 94 as well. But souls is a really interesting concept. Uh, it's just like philosophies, and there's so many, like we were talking about ghost, and like the paranormal and stuff in the last episode quite a bit. And it all kind of ties in with that. Ghost, such an interesting word. It equals 69, 24, 21 like Jesuits, 69 like Illuminati. um, it's got the 24, the 66. uh, Entity, entity equals 33 and 69. um, 69 like Illuminati, and you got the big 33 in there. And then entities equals 38, like death, murder, killing, RIP, gematria. um, Spirit equals 44, like kill. um, Spirits equals 38, uh, 110, 79. It's kind of like smells like teen spirits. Got the spirits of Nirvana in there, the 110, the 79. Of course, that 38 spiritual. Spiritual equals 44, like kill as well. Um, and of course, poltergeist. You're talking about poltergeist in the last episode. Poltergeist equals um, 56. It's got that 65 right in that flexion, the same cipher as that Kurt Donald Cobain too. It's kind of interesting, that 56, 65 right there. Perception as well. Perception is interesting too. It's got the 121, like the day the Illuminati started, May 1st, 1776. It's kind of interesting gematria. And I think we're talking about like perceptions, and kind of like what why, like what makes people like me and you, like who we are, and like you know why are we so different from everybody else. I think perception is a huge thing, philosophy. um but I think a lot of it has to do too, like what you go through in your life. Like whether it was school, or growing up, or you're wherever you're from, whatever your battle was. I think that's like the biggest thing, I think, that kind of separates people like us, um compared to other people, because it seems like a lot of people, you know they didn't, people like us, like we were saying before, yeah, we didn't have the hardest lives in the world, but for the most part, we didn't have the easiest ones either. We all had different struggles, and um we all went through different things. We had different traumas, and uh, different battles to fight on every level. And I think it's so interesting. You write out the word trauma. It equals 74, 20, 88, 43. Um, Traumas is equals 21. Um, Traumatized is interesting. It equals 48 and 69. Uh, 48 like Illuminati, and 69 as well. Um,
Traum. What? How do you spell traumatize?
TRA.
Oh, it's E, right? No. Go ahead. What is it?
It's TRAUMATIZED.
Oh, traumatized. That's
Yeah,
why I wasn't getting. I spelled it right the first time. I was like, that doesn't match. Okay. I thought you said traumatize just by itself. Okay, gotcha.
yeah. Traumatized by itself has the 44 like kill, um, which is really interesting too. Um,
Look at the Donald Trump
traumatizing equals 60. This is the 60th election coming up. That's kind of interesting.
and look at the correlation between traumatized and Donald Trump. I also know that notice that trauma. I mean, it is pretty similar lettering to Trump as well, but it shares the 88 there.
Yeah, it is a really interesting word. If you write out traumatic, it equals 34 and 65. Um, that's got really interesting gematria. And if you write out like child's got the it's got 27 in there twice.
Mhm.
It's a lot like school. School's got the 27 in the same ciphers as a child. Um,
You're absolutely right.
you got the 90, the 99, and the 36 and the 72. You got the reflection there. Um, childhood equals 78, like Jesuit Austin. And then you got schooling. If you write out schooling as well, it equals 102, the reflection of 201. And you got the 48 and the 42.
Just 42 and 78 for childhood. Yeah, there's that. Show me the child, and I can show you the man, something like that.
Oh, yeah, the good old saying. Yeah. I think I was saying how like schooling's got the 102, almost, the reflection of 201 there, and you got the 48 and the 42. So it's, you
I
know,
feel like 102 by itself is no slouch of a number. I see that one pretty often as well, and
yeah,
some pretty big.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's, like I said, our channel and like the whole Tyler situation stuff, that 102 has been coming up big. And, um, it's like, and I was saying like how, like kind of what makes us, like kind of why we are, the way we are and stuff. And, I guess I'll just get into a lot of personal experiences in my life, like what I really think is going on, like, why other people, I think fear is a big thing, that kind of separates a lot of us is like, how like people like me and you, we have the charisma, we have the toughness to, go out to, go pound pavement or, go meet up in Portland and, do the things that we do. And it doesn't like bother us or phase us. It's just like, we're just going to do it and we're not going to be, stopped or whatever. It's like, and people might not think or look at that like it's, something that big or something that major, but you really have to look at it, for what it was, like, to be the only people there and, you know, to go out and, just do something, that might not seem that big. You have to look at it. There's no one else around, doing what we're doing. And, there's so few people that, pound pavement even out in this country that even do anything. Or that even want to, and, that'll talk about this stuff. But I think it all comes back to, and I don't know personally, like, all the things, like your life and all the things you went through and, how you came up and stuff, obviously. But I'll tell you, for me, I think, I always knew I was kind of being tested. Like I said, I always knew I had to like move away and travel and get away and stuff. But I think the biggest thing too is like, um, like just being like in the situations I was always in, like I never had, like a lot of, I was always kind of by myself, like I didn't like school. I didn't, fit in. I just, wanted to do my thing, but I had to like, figure out, um, kind of what, I kind of knew what I wanted to do, but it was like, it's like what we're doing now. It seems so simple, like, but it's not really that simple. And, what you come to find in life, it's like, obviously, you get, you'll be gang stalked, or you'll be, target individual, electronic harassment. I had, sleep paralysis back in 2017 and shit. I've gone through a lot of things, and I think that, like when we talk about like why, like, we're so alike, why are we, why do we get along the level we do? And like, even the way like Zach is, like, the fact that I've, seen so many people come and go in my life and watch so many people, but I've never, been found anyone that I agree with more than Zach, or I've never found anyone that, I've been able to connect with, like him, and, that calls it like it is and says it like it is. And, you know, and what's really going on here, like, why is there, I think it really just comes down to, you know, our lives, how, I grew up with a lot of dysfunction, like I had a dysfunctional life. And, um, so I was kind of, it was more like I really wasn't really raised. I was kind of just like by myself to do my own thing. So even today, that's like why I don't have like a lot of, skills, or know a lot of things that I wish I may have gotten into or know. Cause like I either didn't have the money, time, or the way my life was, it just, things weren't going to happen like that. So, and it's like too, I'm from kind of the middle of nowhere. So it's this small little town. It's cold as fuck, it's not what you want. And it was such a tough life, because like they'll make you, like where I'm from, they'll make you stand out, and wait for the bus. It's like they won't even cancel school if it's not 40 below. So it's got to be like 40, 50 below, or they won't even cancel the, so if it'll be 35 below, and you got to stand out there and wait for the damn bus. And then I get on the bus, and then it's like, it's literally colder on the bus than it was outside.
I cannot empathize with you there, because here in Portland and much of Oregon, it's the exact opposite. Just like the threat of potential snow, not even like forecasted like inches or anything like that. Just that's shuts enough to shut down schools here, just because any actual amount. Just it's weird how like a thing like that just keeps it's every single year. It's just like, wait, so we're still not ready this year? We just did this last year. We just did the whole like, oh, we're not prepared last year. Can't we just do more to be prepared this year? No, the plows, they can't do it all. We are not ready. It's like, why? It's not a big deal. But yeah, it's just, I mean, not to mention our drivers suck. I mean, holy crap. And I'm throwing Washington in there too, because I used to have to travel between Vancouver and Portland. Not like the difference of people is that vast between Vancouver and Portland, but holy crap, the drivers in this area, they absolutely, I mean, bad enough when it's even just raining, but when there's like snow.
Yeah, and if you haven't ever driven out here, it's, driving out here ain't no easy task either. I mean, it's the roads, the way things are designed. I mean, you have to be, a little A plus driver to really drive out here, because even this week, I mean, I had someone just pull out, and like some handicapped disabled person almost take me out. Like they just pulled out in the street and didn't even go in the first lane. They just took the second lane, and I had to swerve, put on the horn. I'm like, holy fuck. And fuck, if there was someone else coming, that would have been a head on collision. And yeah, and people drive crazy everywhere I've lived. I mean, it's been like this in like Wisconsin, Wyoming too, and everywhere else I go. I mean, especially now since 2020 and COVID, people drive fucking crazy now, especially compared to how they used to.
I
And
think people got a lot of like somehow, some way. I think a lot of people got like online certificates for driver's license during those few years, because DMV was completely shut down. They were
yeah,
shut down completely out, and they didn't even have online. Not until like years into COVID did they actually launch their online thing. So what happened? It's like, did we just not issue any driver's licenses for 2, 3 years? I doubt it. I think a lot of people got them, and a lot of people are out there right now not knowing what the hell they're doing.
yeah. I mean, I had someone like about a month or so ago, maybe a little bit more, maybe like 2 months ago. I think it's probably like 2 months ago now. But someone, I was driving, and then they blew I was driving in Tacoma, and then I was driving straight. It's kind of like downtown, and this is a black truck coming uphill, and they blew a stoplight, and then they came uphill, so I had to dodge them and swerve out the fucking way, and like all my shit went flying. I don't even know how I missed them. I can't believe I missed them. I thought I was getting taken the fuck out, and I look back and they just stopped in the middle of the fucking intersection. I swerved out the fucking way, and all my shit went flying. Like I said, if I didn't, again, that could have been another fucking head-on collision. But yeah, it's crazy driving everywhere, and just like I was saying, how everything's just gotten so crazy in the last few years, and it's gotten just so just ridiculous on every level. Um, I like I was saying, the things I was like talking about, like personal things. How there's like somehow like a guardian angel in these situations, kind of like looking over, like watching over or something. Because there's so many times in my life where like I literally should have died or been killed, or something should have happened to me. I mean, like I said, I had a traumatic life growing up too. Like I had a fucked up life, so I had to deal with shit from every angle. I mean, I've almost been fucking shot how many fucking times, stabbed, fucking, you name it, I've fucking been through it. I mean, it's, I mean, I've, when I was younger too, I mean, I was bullied all the fucking time. And, I mean, no one obviously bullies me now, but when I was younger, fucking people, beat the shit out of me, and I've had so much shit happen to me. And I mean, I've had like my whole fucking body just like swollen, bruised up, like head to toe. And, but I mean, that was like, it was more like when I grew up, it was like more like mental, emotional abuse and stuff like that, more than physical. But there was still physical, but it was more from like other people. But I mean, like for me, it was like, it was always like I was saying, like it was nothing, like I was always like nothing like, my family and like where people, like where I was from, like how they were and how I was, like we just they were, my family's pretty much alcoholic, so they were always drinking and getting fucked up. So, and I, like I said, I'm not, I don't drink, I just smoke weed. So I don't, and I used to drink when I was like 17 to like 21 a little bit, but by like 21 or 22, I stopped because I just wasn't into it anymore. I didn't like it. So, um, it was never my thing. I was always a weed guy and stuff. And, um, I just see like, how alcohol and, other issues, how, and it's not even like alcohol, but it's just like people that have issues already. They already got traumas, or they're fucked up, or they have so many problems, and they're going to turn to alcohol, or they're going to turn to whatever. And it's just going to, set them overboard. It's going to just, make things 100 times worse. And uh, I think that's like a big thing too, because, like I said, I kind of had like the perfect, like, in a way, it's like I almost had the perfect upbringing, because it was like exactly like who not to be and what not to do. It was like it perfectly, like just be the opposite of, like what you have to go through, and what uh like, and like I was saying, like school, the way school was, it'd be like 30 below, and then it's like you have to get on the bus, and then like it's like 40 below on the bus, and then I'm sitting on the bus, and the bus is like blowing like fucking cold air on me. So it's like cold air coming out the vents, and it's like killing me basically. So I'm like frozen, like breaking down, trying to get to school. Like I'm just like in the seat, just like shaking, and fucking, it was just terrible having to, get up every day and have to deal with that. It's like, and that's what I mean. Like it literally, like it's like it should sue the school for like child abuse. I mean, for making someone stand out there, fucking have to deal with that shit, wait for the bus, put them on a bus that's even fucking colder than outside, not even take care of anybody. It's just like, it's just such fucking bullshit. And it's just like I was saying, you know, it's weird too, because even when the Packers won the Super Bowl there in 2010, because I don't remember the Super Bowl that happened. I can only remember like a couple, like I remember like 1999 kind of vividly, like when I was like 4, and then after that, like 2000, 2001, 2002. Um, I only have a couple like visions from like when I was like 2 back in like 97, but they're like just really faint visions of like me standing in a garage looking at a car, being in the back seat looking out a window, something like that. But I can't remember the first Super Bowl, but that second one in 2010 there. It's weird because every school district in the state let us the let the kids have the time off or day off, or they were like celebrating and stuff, and we were like the only school that was still having us go to school, and we live right next to the stadium, and we live right there. I mean, I live 13 miles from the stadium, so and what's so stupid too, like even my elementary school is literally like a mile down the road, so I could literally walk there in like a mile or less, or ride a bike. It's not that bad. But literally, if for to get picked up on the bus, like I'd be like the first one picked up and like the last one dropped off, and I live like a mile away. Like
Just
the
by
way
the
they,
bus route. Yeah.
yeah, the way they do things is just so stupid. And it's a weird place, Swamico, too. Like I said, like because I've been in other towns of like 10,000, and like everywhere I've gone, there's like I've been in the middle of nowhere, the middle of Wyoming, and there's like places to stay. Like there's motels, there's hotels, there's like somewhere to stay. Like they offer you something. Like Swamico doesn't offer you nothing. And this is a town of fucking 10,000. There's not a single fucking motel in the town. I mean, and like I said, I've seen motels in like every little town of like 5,000, 10,000, in the middle of nowhere, so it's just really weird how they do things. And like, you don't have, you know, there's really no escape. Like I said, I mean, because like I said, it's so fucking cold and shit most of the time. So it's like, you don't, you know, I spent most of my younger years, inside playing video games and shit. Cause like, what else are you going to do? You can't,
And this is your birth town?
yeah, that's where I'm from.
Okay, that makes sense since it was the coldest day when you were born. But real quick, as far as adversity goes, I'll make like a quick joke just because I don't know if you plan on having kids. I can only assume you do, but eventually those kids might have kids, and they'll come over to see grandpa, and you can bless their ears with that story. That'll be their rite of passage. How'd you get to school, grandpa? You have no idea. That's just the every grandpa should have their story about how hard it was for them to get to school. You kids nowadays, that you just take the jet train and it's fully heated, and or your personal zeppelins. Back in my day, we had to stand out in 40.
Yeah.
But as well as that, jokes aside, I would say that I, from what you're saying, it's definitely different levels of adversity we've probably faced. It's definitely not the same things. In fact, a lot of the things you were saying were sort of opposite of me. But as far as like, I've been in a few fights, but I've never lost a fight, and that's probably for my, because there was other times where people wanted to fight me and I did not fight. So I'm assuming, looking back, not remembering my exact feelings and motives behind not fighting, I would only assume it was because I felt like I could lose, so I did not fight those fights. But I was never like one to like want to fight or anything like that. The other fights I've gotten into have been kind of forced things. They were going to happen, so they happened. But so yeah, I've not to your point. So on two ends of the spectrum, I kind of wish I had been hit in the face before. I've never been hit in my face, and I've also never hit anyone in the face. I actually have this weird level of respect. I think it has to do with the fact that it's like karma. Like even from when I was a little kid, and I never even thought about that. Not that I was fighting when I was a little kid, but when I was younger, I'll say, um, I never hit anybody in the face because I wouldn't want to be hit in the face. But at the same time, I've never been hit in the face, so I don't know. The first time that happens to me, who knows? I might just cry or something. Who knows? But whereas you have a bit more mental toughness surrounding certain, physicality things, physicality involved things. Whereas a lot what I did vibe with a lot is the idea that it's like just not being raised. That's like, now I will say there's a caveat though. I do not regret anything. Like that's another thing I want to point out is like what you're talking about. I think you might not have gotten to it, or maybe you won't get to it. I want to like bounce off of that about how, the tribulations in your childhood and certain things. When I think about that kind of stuff, it's hard for me to even think of them in the same realm as trauma or tribulations or stuff. And I've had weird things happen to me, and we were house bouncers, and there was foreclosures and being kicked out of houses, and my mom divorcing my stepdad, who I'd gotten pretty close to. My siblings had, I have a brother and a sister, both old. I'm the youngest, but then we had a stepsister and stepbrother through that husband, or my mom's ex-husband. And there was that whole thing that ended in a very white, trashy, traumatic thing. I'll just throw a little piece out there to explain how trashy it was. But I remember my it got to be like a physical ordeal one day, and my mom, who's crazy by all by all accounts, she's crazy, but so was her ex, who had bipolar, and he just wouldn't take his medication, which is whatever. But, I remember him taking off down the street one day, and I was so worried about my mom because she was just jumped in the truck, and they were, like, fighting while he's driving, and I booked down the street with no shoes and jumped in the back of their truck to try to get them to stop, and they didn't stop for a hot minute. I was in the back of the truck like, "Yo, yo, stop!" Because he had a flat open bed truck, a Toyota, and I was just in the back just like, "Mom, stop. Let's get out. What the hell?" But, yeah, so, like, there's crazy parts in my childhood and certain things that I'm sure this generation would associate with trauma of some sort, or something you need better help for. Or I you couldn't pay me to think about things that way. I There's been times, okay, so you know how what you're talking about, I'm sure, like, the average, I wouldn't be so sure that it's like, in my opinion, I think a lot of the average American probably has it a little potentially easier. Not that I'm walking around thinking I have a chip on my shoulder. I honestly don't. That's what I'm trying to convey. But when I've talked to people, their version of their crazy childhood is like, I'm like, yeah, that's, but they didn't like get something, or like there was something weird, like, oh, there was, just general stories are just like, okay, yeah, that's not like abnormal to me. And then I'll get going on like, just something I find goofy about my childhood, and they're just gonna have they're just their jaws on the floor, being like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? I don't care, dude. It was awesome. Shut up. I don't care." So it's like, it's this weird, like, to your point, I think it does have a lot to do what could separate us. And I know you're working up to that point. Sorry to interrupt, but I do think it is heavy on mindset. It's just simply mindset. Why can we, you know, if somebody came up to the average person, "Hey, you want to stand out on a corner with nothing to eat or drink for a few hours and just get ridiculed by all the passerbys? You want to do it voluntarily? You want to do it for free?" I don't think a lot of people are taking that call. And so I think there is this like difference in mindset. And yeah, I think that lends that plays a lot of gives a lot of credence to why exactly we are, you know, the way we are. Not to say that me and you are like similar, like at our core, but like the similarities we share are so different from the majority, at least from where we can see, from what we can see around us. The majority of people around us, that it provides like this glue, because everybody is, it's like anything that sticks to a similar thing that we share is like, what the hell, somebody else feels this way, because we're just that, not to not we're not on some like difference parade either, guys. We're not like sitting here trying to say we're the chosen one. I mean, in a way we are actually, but that's not to say we're special and nobody else can. This isn't some like clandestine exactly thing. It very well could be. We talk about spirituality, and it could be, but I don't think that's where our frame of mind is necessarily at. It's just that, where, because of the way our walks of life, finding somebody with the similar frame of mind in the position that we are in, it's just like needle in a haystack. So like whenever, like, I think I might have mentioned this before, but you know, meeting you out in Portland, and I had heard you speak on Zach's channel before, and I'd seen you in the chat. I wasn't like super active. You might have seen, now that you know me, you might have seen like, just me giving like super chats or something. That was about all that I did really, unless I had some like something goofy to put in the chat. And I'm talking about Gematria Effect News here on the screen. Check it out. But yeah, just meeting you, I was already disappointed that I didn't like. I still remember like saying goodbye at the uh, Mexican restaurant that Zach brought us to. I was just like, I don't know. I was not in a rush to leave or anything. More than I was just like, I knew it was already late, and Zach wanted to get home, and he was already being gracious and giving me and my son a ride home. And but I definitely should have got your number right then and there. That's what I was like feeling like, but then I didn't, and then I was like, so yeah, it was just. My point being is I could tell like it helped to actually meet you, and like when you're in the arenas that me and you are in our lives, I think it's like a shining light in the mud when there's somebody that you think would even somewhat understand, your walk. So I think that that's just my 2 cents. That was a long rant, sorry, but
No, you're 100% right. And another thing too, like, and it's funny too because I forgot to get your number too, and I was gonna ask you too. And we both just forgot. I think it was a long day, and it was we were just our minds were tired. But you know, I had such like a different childhood too because I had different things. But yeah, like you grow up and you have like growing pains and whatever happens. Like I know like when I was like 10 to like was about the eight like 2005 to like 20 or 2005 like 2007 from like 10 to 12 I had like my heels like my feet I think because my feet were growing so like my heels like would hurt really bad like my heel bones and shit. Like it was like really hard for me to like walk and run for like a few years there, a couple years, and like I think like 2007 when I turned like 12 it kind of went away. um because before that, for like age 10, I really didn't have like any growing pains or any problems or anything. I was pretty much good to go. But I was always like kind of skinny and small. But um, it's weird because like after like 2007, it was like 2008. I was like 13, and then like I had it's like this really weird name. I think it's like a German name. It's like Oshgeschlatter. It's some weird shit like with my knees because my knees like I had it from about like 2008 to like 2012, and I turned 17. Um, so I had this for like about 4 years or so, but like it was kind of to the point like I couldn't like walk or run or really do anything because like my knees like were swelling up, and I had like it was like almost like four huge like tumors on my knees, but they look like kind of like massive eggs like sticking out of both of my knees, and it like fucked me up for like 4 years, like, and it was
mm.
really weird because um it was interesting because like the swelling went down in like 2012. So like it was so weird during that time when I had that because like I couldn't really like do like
Osgood or
yeah
Schla
I don't, yeah that's a really weird word or what they told me it was. But yeah, because when I had it, it was like I couldn't really do anything. So I was it was almost kind of like I was like kind of somewhat paralyzed, but I could still like kind of walk. But if I did like any running or anything or a sprint, it would get to the point like I was like limping and like crawling like the rest of the day. So I really couldn't do like anything. And this lasted for like 4 years. And and then it was weird too because when the swelling went down in like 2012, my knees like went back to kind of normal, but there was like one still like a big bump on my knee, and it was just like a bone spur and it wouldn't go away. So it was really weird how on December 21st 2012, that was the day the world was supposed to end. You remember that?
I don't remember it being that day, but I definitely remember
Or the
the
Mayan calendar expired or
mhm,
whatever.
yeah.
Everyone was talking about like that day and everything. It was weird because that was the day I had surgery on my knee to like get rid of that issue and stuff. Um, and it was weird that it would be on that day, and that's like the only day like that I can remember that like I was ever put to sleep. I know like when I was born, I had like tubes in my ears and like other things, but nothing to really that effect. But um, yeah, it was just like a really weird time. And like I said, I had that surgery and I was like down and out for like 3 months, and then I had to wait for like my because they cut like a big hole in my knee, so I had to wait for like the hole to like kind of fill up and like my leg to like the bone to grow back and stuff, so I could go back to being active and doing things. So it was kind of I kind of had a
What
lot of like setbacks, basically, is what I'm saying.
what issues did you have as a infant? Why were you hooked up?
Um, I can't remember. Because I know when I was younger, I was sick like all the time. Like, because I have like in like what Washington, I never get sick. But like if it's like a cold place like Wisconsin or like Wyoming, like I'm sick like all the time in the winter and stuff because I'll be outside or I don't do good in the winter and the cold and stuff. And I had like sinuses. I had really bad like sinuses, and I literally they almost it got so bad that they had to almost send like the truancy people to like where I was living because I missed so much school like at the beginning. I like my I can't remember, I think it was like kindergarten or like my elementary years, but I missed so much school that they almost had to send the truancy officer because like Austin was like always sick, and that's just the way it was, especially like I said in the wintertime and stuff. And um I don't really know like what other things I had when I was younger. Like I said, I was told I had like I said, tubes in my ears, I think, or something, and I don't know what else, but um, it was weird too. They say too one day when I was younger, nobody was like watching me one day, and I was like in my stroller or something, and then I went down the stairs and I hit my head into a concrete wall, and then I had to be rushed to the emergency room because I had a big bump on my head or something. So I don't know how fucked up I got from that, but apparently I ended up going down the stairs and smashing my head. So
You're a daredevil.
yeah.
My name's Austin, and this is Jackass. My
If I wasn't thrown down the stairs, who knows?
name's Austin. But no, why I asked was because I had a procedure the or the week I was born for sure, but like very like first few days of me being born, I had my balls were obviously not dropped yet, but no, I was born with balls dropped, full row of teeth. No, but yeah, they were all twisted together, so I had to have a what's known as a double hernia. So that was I always think that's interesting.
Oh, that was when you were born or whatever?
Yeah,
Or oh, that's crazy. Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know what else I had when I was born because I know, like I said, there's I don't know when that even was when I went down the stairs or whatever happened. If I was thrown down the stairs, who knows? But it's weird too because, like I said, I got those. I know I got 3 vaccines the year I was born, so like I probably got some retardation, some autism, and then I get a bump on my head, so I got the retard helmet now. So
Maybe that readjusted the vaccines. So
yeah, that just smashed him right out of there.
yeah, because I know the last one I received was before I was uh on a basketball team in sixth grade, and I needed to have my tetanus shot because I hadn't. My mom wasn't like up to date on my shots, but they like made me at least get the tetanus shot. And why I remember it so vividly is because my mom took me into the whatever, and nurses are generally the ones that give inoculations and stuff like that. You don't like go and see a doctor generally. But this nurse came in and dude, she just kept jamming that fat. First of all, a tetanus needle is like larger than a normal, just like there's other inoculation needles that are just like they're small. Let's put it that. I don't have any like fear of needles or blood or anything like that. Um, but she just kept hitting my arm, my bone, and she's oops. And I'm like, what do you mean oops? And dude, I mean it hurt, but I have a high tolerance for pain, and like, but she was just marking up my arm. I now that was fine. The next day though, my arm was like purple, and I could like it hurt so bad. She was just poking my bone with a needle, which if you don't know about like bones and stuff, they have membranes on the outside of them. Everything like basically has a membrane. So she's just like tearing the membrane out, covering up my bone for anyway. There's no it was that's why I remember it. It was just how crazy it was. She kept saying, "Oh, you're tough." I was just like, "Am I supposed to be?" she
Protecting
like
you, we're
knew she was
testing
like
you.
yeah, she knew she was hitting my bone, and she was just like expect maybe I would like pull away and cry or something, but I was like, no, it's just like, ow, stop.
Yeah, and yeah, and I was talking about I like I said, I don't know all the other things. Like I said, when I was really young, what happened to me, but um, like it's crazier too because like I said, I don't really have like any real like health problems so much anymore. Um, maybe like now you get uh like sometimes you'll get like some like like muscle cramps or something, you know what I mean, in your back. You get like little spasms or something, you know what I mean, or something in your shoulder blade or something. I know I've kind of been having some of that lately too, like where you get it like it happens like in your and like messes up like your chest muscles, makes you feel like you're kind of having a heart attack or something.
Oh,
Uh
that doesn't sound great. I was gonna say
yeah.
I have all that stuff up to that because I'm just, dude, age hits you like a brick, dude. I mean, everybody around me telling me I'm still young. I'm like, bruh, I got gray hair. I feel like shit. What the thought this would be like 45 that I felt this way. What the hell? And I'm relatively healthy. I could definitely do more as far as activity. That's for sure.
Yeah,
All
it's
I
one
do
of
is
the things.
play basketball.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I always really kind of push myself, like because it was like kind of the biggest thing, this year and next year, and I think the future is really just going to be your health and
Hmm.
how healthy are you and what can you do, and because I do a lot, I pretty much I go to the gym like usually like around 5 times a week, Monday through Friday, and then I'll go to the trampoline park and I'll do flips and I'll go jump around and I'll go do running on the weekends. I'll run like 5-6 miles, so. Um, and then I'll come home and I'll do other workouts usually every night, some stretching. I do a lot of stretching, so I kind of work on a little bit of everything, strength and you know I guess endurance, agility, you know being agile, stamina, flexibility, um because every you kind of want to be a mix of stuff, because like I said, I haven't been to the doctor hospital since like probably, trying to think. I think it was probably like 2016, because or no, I think it was no, it was 2015, and I think I had, because I messed up my fingers. One of the things I did like 2015, I had a lot of injuries because I like dislocated my middle finger. And I never really broke a bone, which was weird. Um, I don't know what that thing was in my knee that had to get removed. If that was like in a different injury or something, but I mean, my body's taken quite a bit of abuse. But I mean, the one thing is, I never really broke any bones. I dislocated my finger, and then I don't know if it was like a tear or like it was. I don't think it was a break, but I think it was just a sprain or whatever. So I think it was a sprain, is what it was. I think that's what they told me, it was sprain. So I had to deal with that um, in 2015, and then uh, I dealt with that, and then like a few months later, or a month later or something, I think maybe a couple months or a month later, I smashed like one of my toes. Because I didn't bother to look if it was like broke or not, but it was like swollen twice the size. It was like purple and black because I dropped a big piece of asphalt on it off the back of a truck when I was working. It just like, I don't know, it broke or came apart. It landed on my foot, and or it fell out the back of the truck, and then it landed on my foot. So I think I'm gonna drop it because I had my messed up finger, so I'm trying to work and I got a fucked up finger. Well, I got a smashed toe, so I'm just limping around. I'm all fucked up. I got, I'm just trying to do things and limp around and just try and make it. So yeah, my toe was like purple and black. But I never got an X-ray because it's like, fuck, I just had to deal with this. I'm not gonna deal with that now. So yeah, I mean, I've had other health things here and there where it's like I said, the thing I kind of had this week or lately too, or it's been bothering me, is my shoulders kind of been like sore, for a while, or kind of been like hurt, and I can't figure it out. It's like I'm like messing with it, and then it's like my shoulder blade, and then I feel what it is, and I'm trying to like get the knots out or whatever, and then it's like fucking my chest muscles, makes me feel like I'm having a fucking heart attack and shit. So it's just like mixture of like spasms and muscles and stuff. But I always kind of dealt with that. But it's just like another thing I do. I work on that a lot because I have like golf balls, and I'll like lay on the golf balls and like get the trigger points and like in my back and stuff to like get all the knots out and everything. And um, that's like the biggest effective thing I do, and uh, try and kind of preserve my health. And I think that's the biggest thing. Kind of is, like, because that's kind of, I'm trying to like stay as young and healthy as long as possible. And like I said, I mean, you can't trust the doctors or hospitals anymore because nobody helps anybody, and because of COVID and shit. And I can't go back there and deal with that. And I know I ain't going in no wheelchair. So, you got to deal with what you got and try and stay healthy. And that's kind of just where I'm at. Cause like, I have had things in my life where I don't have my health, or, I'm fucked up for long periods of time. It could be years on end that I can't do much. So I have these setbacks or whatever. So it's like, you try and take advantage of your health in your youth when you have it. Cause like I said, if you don't got your health, you don't got nothing. You know what I mean? It's like,
Mhm.
you're done.
Very true. And yeah, I think an important thing to kind of like try to highlight is that, the things that make us and the average person potentially so different are also there's plenty that we could share. Like, I don't know who needs to hear this, but I know what you think. I people aren't so different that they don't have moments where they're like, crap, I'm gonna not be doing good in 20 years. Like, if this is like, even if you're a selfish human being, I guarantee you there's times where you're just like, I have not been doing enough for my health or whatever, this and that, you know, I might be feeling good about things now, but there's no way in 10 years I'm gonna be feeling all this. I'm going to, and you just kind of put it on the back burner because 10 years feels so long when you're thinking about 10 years from now. But when you're thinking about 10 years ago, it's like it's yesterday. So there's
Yeah.
obviously something's going on there. And it's really hard to think with foresight. It's really easy to think with hindsight. Like, it's just a weird thing about the world. So, whoever needs to hear this, it's like, yeah, I know what you're thinking. Those thoughts are not secret. I know exactly what 90+% of people think secretly, because I also think that, because there's more we can do. There's things we should be doing that we're not doing. There's things we shouldn't be doing that we are doing. And when we do those things, we have these moments of thought where we're like, damn, I really shouldn't like allow myself to do that anymore. Damn, I really should be doing this. I really should be giving more energy to this. We need to start prioritizing those things. And I'm putting myself at the top of that list, obviously, because I care about myself more. But at the same time, if we all like were more honest about what's going on inside of our heads, like, I think just hearing that more people think that exact same way, which would possibly help people get over the hump of whether it's addiction or, and that's what a lot of it boils down to. Even things that might not, addiction might be a serious title, but it's just a title. It is just a thing that is, and it's a, what is it, a verb or not, adjective, whatever it is. But it is something. It's, you can be addicted to even something really small. Like, it, just because it's small, if you're, giving energy to it, that's something that doesn't deserve, and you're, not only that, but you're unknowingly or knowingly prioritizing it above something that should be prioritized, that's, boom, you got an addiction. That's not good. It's, there's no point in labeling an addiction to something that is good. I feel like the connotation is always should be negative when we're talking about an addiction to something, because I don't think you should be addicted to anything, even something we consider good. I don't think it's right to be addicted to it. You can, prioritize things differently, but I don't think you should be addicted to anything, because that kind of implies that, you know, something comes up, you would be preoccupied with the thing. You would always preoccupy yourself with the thing you're addicted to, even if you consider it good or it is good by all standards. That it means that you'll miss something else because your attention's being taken so much in that direction. So I don't see the point of attributing addiction to anything kind of good. So they're saying like I'm addicted to something good. Anyway, just thought I'd throw that out there. But yeah, I think addiction is, the more we're honest about what we're addicted to, and what I can speak to this about is that I had smoked cigarettes up until time goes by. I'm terrible with dates and like memorizing time, but I feel like it's almost been 2 years. If not, it has been 2 years, or maybe it's been more, and I'm just terrible at it. But it's at least been either 2 years or close to 2 years. I think more than 2 years for sure. But that amount of time ago, I gave up processed sugar for the most part. There are certain things I've had very little amounts. I'm very conscious of it. Let's put it that way. But I was highly addicted to soda, like specifically like bad sodas and stuff like and energy drinks and stuff like that. And like coffee, put like sugary coffee, not like Starbucks so much, but like making my own coffee and like adding like either a Tarani syrup or whatever. I also drink black coffee too, but doesn't matter in this in this context. But it was very tied to my cigarette habit, and like I was trying to say, I had been smoking since I think the first cigarette I ever tried to smoke was in, I think, 5th grade, and I think God was trying to, God, whatever, the world was trying to tell me something, like, "Don't do it," because the first one I was offered by, like, my friend's older brother. He's like, "Hey, you want one?" And it was just that, that movie moment. It literally was, like, there was, like, a Dare commercial, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, I was like, "Yeah, dude." And, it was at nighttime and we went out, you were able to walk, open his window and go out to like the porch awning, like the roof. And we sat out there and it was dark. So, I tried to light the cigarette and I was just lighting the filter. I was like, "Man, I don't get how these work," but I was too embarrassed to act like I wasn't smoking. So I just pretended like I smoked it and threw it away. But, after that, I ended up smoking cigarettes and, went into like stealing them from my mom to the point where uh my mom would just buy them for me, even though I was way underage and stuff like that because she was sick of me stealing them. And so my mom became my supplier and that was just weird. Um but yeah, and then but I will say another layer to it is before I quit is the most I was like ever smoking. I was chain smoking like crazy. And the thoughts I would have while doing it, it's like terrible things go through your mind. It's just like, how many times I had thought about how old I was and how long I had been smoking at only 30 something years old, 32, like I was 32 at the time. And I'm like, I've been smoking for like over half my life. Like, what the hell am I doing? And yet there I am at the store the next day buying a pack of cigarettes. And it's just so you go past yourself so many times. And what I found is like the sympathetic voice that I was in my head is the same voice as the apathetic voice. The same voice telling me to like making me feel like I should do it was the same voice guilting myself for doing it. And it was this cycle of shame that I was in. And like, I think about my newborn daughter and be like, what am I doing? I know for a fact I want to be healthy and out in the yard playing with her when she's, 13. What This is not adding up to what I'm doing. So why don't I stop what I'm doing? And that never worked. That not once did that work for me. I quit and I would quit and I'd get as far as like a day and a half and I'd be right back at it for, or like an argument or some adversity would show up and I'd be like, "Oh, that's the reason I need." Going right back to it. But for whatever reason, around 2 years ago, I was able to just I was also smoking weed too. And I just one day I it the point being is I didn't have a game plan. All the other times I tried to quit, I had some like game plan in my head, and this time I just said, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. And and it's not like I was in my head constantly, "Oh, I'm not going to. I'm not going to." There was a lot of anxiety because I thought it was going to be so hard. But as soon as the day one passed and I was just in this mindset of like not paying attention, just staying busy, I was working a lot still. And, nighttime was the hardest because I have like insomnia. And so, that's those were big times for me when I was smoking cigarettes. I was outside of my house like all night, like till 4 in the morning outside, just on my phone, hanging out with either my coffee or my drink and just chilling. And, I was addicted to that kind of lifestyle too. So like stopping doing that, that was like more than anything, it was like the physical habits than just the actual nicotine or whatever. But one day turned into two, and 2 days turned into four. And it was almost kind of like more than like a real like necessity to quit. It was more of just like being stubborn. Like every step of the way, the only time I think I really thought about it was just like, well, there's no way. It's like something would happen and like I still didn't smoke that day, or I still didn't, I didn't go back. I didn't, lean on a vice. I was just like, okay, well, that just happened and I didn't do it. So there's no way just on a regular day today where everything is beautiful and there's no adversity, can I just like all of a sudden do it again? So like those days would add up, and I would say it probably only takes like a week, maybe 2 weeks before you're like literally. I say you are, but for me, I didn't think I'd ever be able to quit, and I just did. Once I just did it, I just did it. Yeah, I know this all sounds very simplistic, but it's almost like that way on purpose because I want to convey that I think before you try anything, if you have an addiction, whether it's smoking or cigarettes mainly, is what I'm talking about, or sugar, or in any whatever form that is, whether it's soda, because that was pretty bad for me. I was drinking so much soda. Uh, Try to test your own willpower first. Like, before you give up on yourself, I think it's because it's like I said, it wasn't like I was hyping myself up every day or I had to deal with it. The thing that pisses me off the most is how easy it was. Like, literally, I've told people this over and over, and it's really hard selling that because without you knowing me and being in my skin and brain, you have no idea that just, a month ago, I was not just addicted, I was like chain smoking so way too much. These packs of cigarettes are like, they were like 12. I can't even remember how much. They were so expensive. So expensive. And I like to think about the amount of money I was spending on these things is ridiculous. Um, but that's apart from that, is like I was entrenched in this like addiction cycle, and I didn't think I'd be able to get out of it. But then I know for a fact now that I can, that I was able to, just through simply kind of not giving it any credence, just like not feeding it at all, like not worrying about it, but also not rewarding myself. There was no reward for me quitting. I wasn't like, oh, after a month, you know, any kind of reward. No, the reward was quitting. And I didn't think about it. And there's just it's hard selling that because it's like, I imagine if somebody were to try to sell that to me when I was going in on it, that's something I could easily overlook and not think about, uh, not give it another thought, or think it's impossible or whatever. But I think it really comes down to just test your own willpower. And why I say do that first is because if you do succeed, that's like a springboard to, well, now that you've seen that that works, what about the next thing you need to work on? What's your excuse for the next thing? And that's what's been hard for me, honestly, because I haven't been able to keep a good workout regimen. That's my like next thing, but it's been that way for a while. So it's like I'm still facing these like, the lack of really strong willpower, but at least I know it's there. And to my point, me knowing it's there is actually a hindrance. So it's like you should know it's there, but you shouldn't rest on that. Like, don't rest on your laurels.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And unlike you, I've never smoked a cigarette, but I started
Yep.
smoking weed when I was 17, and that's just always been my thing. I started in it was like I think it was like June. Yeah, it was like June of 2012. Um, yeah, and I've been just smoking ever since. And like I said, I've never smoked a cigarette or anything. Like I said, I don't drink anymore. I mean, I never really got into drinking. I mean, it was never really my thing. And it's just I've always kind of just stuck to, I've never really wanted to really try anything else because like weed's always just been my thing, and I've just stuck with it. And like I said, I think a big thing is like I have, you know, a pretty, kind of disciplined way of life. Like I said, I kind of do the same thing every day. It's kind of routine-ish, but um, I think in a way that I kind of like being in a routine because it keeps you organized. It keeps you, where you want to be. Some people say, you know, that's some people don't like being in a routine. They don't like it. They don't, that's not their style. But because like me, I mean, I'm a cool, like laid back dude, but then I kind of have like this kind of somewhat strict, lifestyle because like, well, this is what I got to do, and this is what I'm gonna do. And like I said, I come home every night. I'll do little workouts, stretches, and I'm working out at the gym, and I'm doing other things. So I'm kind of going 100 miles an hour all day, but it's kind of the discipline and it's the discipline and being disciplined through staying disciplined over time is really the key thing. It's consistency and um just kind of having that flow or way of life or philosophy, and just like, certain things, it's like, what else do I have to work on? What else do I gotta, if there's something, like I said, what's, like my shoulder blade or something's fucked up, I gotta work on it, I gotta fix it, I gotta try and get it better, I'm trying to do this, trying to do that. So it just kind of goes, hand in hand. And in certain things, it's like, I mean, and I eat pretty decent. I mean, I wouldn't say I eat like completely great, but I'd say I eat pretty decent overall. But I mean, I think it really comes down to a lot, like I said, though, what you're doing and, how active you are. And there's a lot of variables, there's a lot of things to it. Um, and I think another big thing too, like I was saying, uh, was kind of these, weird experiences I've had. Another one was back in 2014. Um, I don't know if you've ever been almost struck by lightning, and if you ever had experience
Yes,
like that.
I have. I was actually only feet away from it, from a lightning strike, when I was on a parts delivery when I used to work at AutoZone. So yeah, I actually do. It was the loudest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah, like when I had this happen to me, it was, I was in. It was a weird day. We were up in. I was somewhere in Wisconsin. I want to say it might have been like around Marinette or in Marinette County or something. But we were out doing. Or we were on like a. It was weird. It was like the only day I've ever been like out on like a kayak or whatever, like on a kayak or something for a little bit. We were fishing and stuff, and then the rain, you could see like the storm was moving in or something. So we, got out of there and we were chilling in the garage. And it was weird because I didn't really think of anything weird. There's like a four-wheeler or something. I think I was right by the edge of the garage. Everyone else, they were kind of further back in the garage. But that's when this, lightning strike happened. It was so crazy because it was just like the brightest light I've ever seen too. And it was just like everything went pitch black. Like my eyes, like I felt like I just like died. Like it was like just complete blackness when the explosion happened, the bang. And like you said, it was just the loudest thing I've ever heard. And it was like I've never jumped so high in my life. Like I've never been like so startled. And it's just like at the same time too, it's like I've never like had quite an experience like it because it's so weird how there's just this flash of light, like everything is just bright for like a second and everything goes just completely dark. It just goes completely dark and there's just this, you could literally smell like the I don't know if you could smell it when it happened, but you can almost like smell like what like it hit. And I thought it hit the house. Like I literally thought it hit the house on top of the house. I don't know what it hit or where it struck, but I mean it was the closest I ever came to ever getting hit by lightning. So I don't know like if you just had the one experience or if you've had more or
It was just the one for me. Yeah, it was in between. I was behind a city bus waiting I was almost to the shop that I was delivering the parts to, and it struck between me and the Nissan Versa I was driving. And can't say the sense. The only sense I can't give anything on is the smell because I had the windows up and I was in a car. But yeah, it was quite insane. It was just off to my right, just right to the back right of the bus and to the front right of our Versa. It just hit the street. So not even like anything that was like not like a manhole cover it hit or anything like that, or like the grates on the side of the sidewalk. Nope, just the middle of the street. Not the middle, but the close to the curb. And yeah, it was insanely loud. Like so insanely loud. And then, I so it's just that happens and then I turn in to the parts delivery and he's like, "Holy crap." You're like, "Yeah, dude. What the hell was that for?" So yeah.
Yeah, because I remember when it happened, my ears were ringing the rest of the day. Like the rest of the day, I felt like I was just high, and I really was getting high because like I had to after that. Because like, god damn, dude, it was like I was high, but it was like everything was just kind of muffled. So it was like I was like really high. It was weird. It was like it just felt like I was like in a different world after that. It's just like wow, it's like what even was that? Because it's so weird how like and again, I don't know where it hit. Like it had to have hit like literally right outside the garage where I was standing. I don't know where it was, but you could literally smell like something got like electrocuted. Like that's what it smelled like. Something was like burning. Like I thought it hit the house. Like I thought it hit the building I was in. Like it was crazy. And um like it was such a weird like it's a weird amount of power too. Cause like I said, I've never like it's weird. Like it's like you like passed out for a second. It's like you fainted. Um I don't know. It's I've actually fainted before. It's really weird. And then I
Mhm.
fell down once. And it was like I was just like laying there, and it was like the weirdest thing ever. And like next thing I knew, I get up and I was just like crawling, and I was like on the floor and stuff. It's like it's the weirdest experience if you've
Yeah,
ever
I've fainted
never.
several times, and yeah, I have this weird propensity for fainting. A lot of the time is literally just getting up in the middle of the night to literally like go to the bathroom or something, and then I'll just like wake up on the ground and be like, "Oh, what happened?" So yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I because it happened to me once where we were at I think we were at a vet or something. We were like just it was really weird. We were like looking at X-rays, and I was like just standing in the room, and all of a sudden like I started getting like really lightheaded, really dizzy. Like I knew I was gonna pass out, like I was gonna fall down, but like I didn't. It was just the weirdest thing. So like I kind of like bent down, like I was gonna tie my shoe. And next thing I know, I just fall like straight back, and I just go down. I was laying there. I don't know how long I was laying there, and then yeah, I was just laying there, and then next thing I know, I get up and I'm like, it's crazy. I'm like moving, and I'm like slowly, like trying to like crawl to the chair and like pull myself up and stuff, and it was really strange.
Yeah, fainting is weird because, in my experience, not that I can remember them like to tell you today, but the times I fainted, I have like full vivid dreams. But then, I'm only out for like a minute, less than a minute, but I will have a full, like, vivid dream within that minute when I faint. And then, like you said, yeah, coming out of being of fainting is very strange. It's like you're there and not there at the same time. It's it's kind of like I don't know. It's like funny bone everywhere, and it's also like it reminds me of just like maybe they just convey it well in like horror movies, but, like, kinda like when the victim's coming to and, like, the perpetrator or whatever already, like, has I don't know, it's just like this the senses are they do that they convey that really well, whereas when you're, like, coming out of fainting, it's, like, really weird. It's like this other plane for a little bit, from my
Yeah,
experience.
yeah, it's and I always notice like when you're faint, or it's like you get like really weak too. Like you're really weak, and you get like I don't know if it's like sweaty, but like you get like this weird taste in your mouth too. You get a
I
very
think I weird smell as well.
yep weird
What
smell
kind of
taste.
what's weird is you mentioned like you were at the vet. It's like what I associate it with is like kind of like doctory, clean chemical smell, but not like super chemically like harsh, but just like that, like metallic, which is probably having to do with like iron in our blood. But
Yeah.
there's probably, I'm sure there's a logical explanation. I'm just trying to say how in the moment, while it's happening, you're not
But
thinking
like
about it logically.
there's nothing you can do to fight it. Like you'll get
Hmm.
really dizzy and you'll get really weak and lightheaded. Like you're just going down. Like it was the weirdest thing because it was the first time it's ever happened to me, and I didn't know what was going on. It was like I was getting really like dizzy and weak, and like I was just like it's almost like you're seeing stars. Kind of. It's really strange. And it's like and it's like your eyes are open, but it's like you're going blind. It's like your eyes are open, but you're going blind and you can't fight it, and you're just getting weak and tired and dizzy. And then, it's like I said, I just tried to like go down and like because I knew I was probably gonna go down. So I'm like, I'm just gonna try and like tie my shoe, and I just fell straight backwards, like, and that was it. And when I like feel it coming on again, like because I that was the only time I've ever like fallen down from fainting because like I've learned from that experience like prepare if I feel it coming again. And what I just do is I just like I'll just go down on the ground so I don't make sure I don't fall, and I'll just like cover my face and close my eyes and just kind of almost like it's a tornado drill and you're trying to just protect your head and shit.
Hmm.
It's kind of like that, and then I'll just like let it pass and go away and do its thing because I think that helps it. Like if you just go straight down and kind of close your eyes and prepare for it, like it doesn't hit you as hard, it seems
Hmm.
too. That's kind of what I've noticed.
Almost like it has something, like to your awareness of it. Like your awareness of it is kind of like a key factor in uh like abating it or like it not hitting you as hard. Whereas if you're oblivious to it, it's almost certainly going to get you.
Yeah. That's how I feel like it's because like I said, like that first time it happened, it was weird. And then it's like I kind of knew like what was coming after that, but like that time it was just like I kind of knew like I was gonna just collapse, but I've never experienced it yet. And like you said, you get that weird taste, that weird smell. You just it's like your eyes are open, but you go blind. It's like you just can't see, and you get dizzy. It's just the weirdest thing. Um and I don't like I said, I don't know what really triggers it or what causes it or why it happens, but um that's like I said, that's the only time I've ever fallen down from something like that. I haven't really had any like I know like in like 2012 in like 2017, like I said, when I had um was that sleep where you sleep and then you're like paralyzed to
Yeah,
sleep
sleep
paralysis.
paralysis.
Yeah, because I had that really bad in 2017. It was really fucking me up, and around that time I was having the same thing. Like I was having almost like it was kind of like the fainting thing, and I'd have to kind of like and I just get really dizzy. I just start getting really dizzy, and I just like disoriented. Like you kind of feel it coming, so like I had to kind of prepare for it. But sometimes it was hard because like I'd be like driving or something that happens. Like that's always like my biggest nightmare. Like it happens like when you're driving or something. It's like, oh fuck. So you gotta like pull over or do something about it. So it's like, um, yeah, but it was kind of scary during that time because all the stuff that was happening, like I said, that was like happening almost every day. I just get dizzy and it was just kind of bothering me. But it seems to have gone away now. I don't really have to deal with it anymore. But
Good.
it was something that was like kind of like another weird like setback kind of type thing, but it's just like really kind of strange at the same time.
And you mentioned that you're making concerted effort health wise, and you know, in my research, um, I try to do my. I shouldn't say that. I try to do make strides in keeping a consistent diet, uh, especially this last year or so. Uh, so I've cut out almost all processed types of food for the most part. Like there's certain things that I still do, and it's there's plenty of reasons for it. I'm not trying to make excuses. It's just that's just how it is. But for the vast majority, um, basically mostly what I eat is a combination of either rice, and I try to do healthier rices, um, and cabbage, which is like cabbage and celery and carrots and onions. But I make cabbage like once a week and like survive off of that. It's weird how that's become. It's literally like my favorite. I can't get enough of it. But it's basically, you know, steamed vegetables with broth. I don't cook it like so long to where that's like insanely wilt. Like it's still crunchy, but yeah. I also make this Thai chili sauce, like this really hot sauce. If we ever like link up again, I'll have to. If I say if, we're definitely going to link up again, so I'll have to bring you some because I'm quite proud of it. I got the recipe from an Asian person, and they were impressed with my version. So, and it's I'm addicted to that. So it's not a good it's no good addiction is good except my Thai chili sauce coming to stores soon. No, not really. But yeah, it is really good. It's insane. But with the cabbage and some rice, oof. Speaking of, I've not for any particular super reason, but I've gone vegetarian the last so long with only I think a couple slip ups. Um, but yeah, other than that, I've been vegetarian for quite a few months now, and it's really zero issue for me. Like I was almost always eating a protein with the cabbage and rice because my girl would cook up chicken or whatever, and so I'd have that. Still healthy. She's on the health kick too. She does a lot of healthy things. She's into like tinctures and like that side of health stuff too, like medicinal health and stuff like that. We're not like pharmaceutical, the opposite. So, um, but yeah, I just cut out the blood protein. Not, no, I'm not trying to sit here and like I tease them. I tease the people in my house all the time. Like, I do the whole, the vegan, you know, nose up at them. Oh, I don't eat that. I don't eat that. I'm better. I don't need that blood. Or I tease them like that. But I'm not ever. I'm not saying I'm gonna stay vegetarian forever or anything like that. I'm just seeing how it works for me and stuff like that. But yeah, my diet mainly is pretty consistent. Um, but yeah, the fact that you're eating pretty good now and you're maintaining your health, that the healthy lifestyle, you know, fainting, I'm sure is a product of it's clinically, I'm sure it's lack of oxygen to the brain, which is like on average, that's why fainting occurs. So beings that the oxygen supply is sent through our bloodstream, and healthy blood is a real thing where it involves the two main sources: your circulatory system and your endocrine system. Because if you're not cycling the bad blood out as fast as you need to make good blood, it's this the same idea. And by cycling out, I mean reoxygenizing your deoxygenated blood. And when it comes to the brain, the brain and heart need constant blood, and depending on what you're doing, they need tons of blood for those tasks. And so, I think it would come down to some sort of deficiency if we were to truly, be looking inwardly logically as well to figure out what exactly is our health issue to where sometimes we'll faint. It's not normal. People shouldn't ever be fainting. So it's something to look into for sure. And I'm sure it's blood related, which generally means diet related. So I'm sure there's maybe a lack of iron, lack of zinc, lack of magnesium, lack of iodine. A lot of these things are common deficiencies nowadays. So
Yeah, it's weird because, like I said, I haven't had it in so long. 7-8 years since I've dealt with it, so it's kind of weird. But yeah,
that's good.
it seems to have gone away. It's like a lot of things, they just come and go in my life. These health problems, these weird things, and um, it's weird too because I was saying, all these fires and explosions and stuff. Because there was one time a long time ago. Can't remember when it was, but there was in one of the trucks in the backyard, there was like a steel coat truck, and it had a bunch of propane tanks on it. Um, so it was, and there was a fire that happened in the truck, like in the cab, like something caught fire, a fire started, and it somehow went out inside the truck. It didn't make it to the outskirts of the truck, because if it had gotten outside of the truck, um, obviously the truck had propane tanks on it and everything else in the yard with propane, or things that could have blew up. It obviously could have blew up our whole backyard. So the whole backyard could have almost exploded had that fire gotten out of control, if it had gotten out of the cab of the truck, which was really weird. Like one day going there and seeing how the inside of the truck was just kind of melted. Um, it was really strange. I forget what started the fire, what happened, but
Must have been a faulty fuse for it to do for it obviously it was in the off position, so it had to have been a fuse. Because the
yeah,
battery still holds a spark and everything, it's just that fuse that keeps it from, the ignition sparking over the fuse, starting that whole system, so it must have been a faulty fuse. Started in the fuse box, maybe traveled depending on what kind of truck it was. Um, those fuse panels can be pretty much like right adjacent to the firewall, or there's a wall that separates the cab from the engine bay. But it could have gone through vents and all that type of stuff. Or maybe even just maybe like a radio. That, either way it was fuse related for sure, and the spark could have traveled through the fault could have been at the point of the radio, like on, like its ability to turn on. I'm getting, logistical, maybe too logistical about this, but rather than it just be some random thing, it's definitely spark or fuse related.
yeah, and it was weird how, like I said, just the cab of the truck there, where the fire happened, how it just kind of, you know, was on fire there whenever, and then it just went out, and I think it cracked the windshield a bit. It did do some decent damage to the truck. Can't remember what we did with it, but it was kind of one of those weird things, because it was weird too, because like I said, there was always weird stuff going on where I was living, and like there was always like things we'd be missing. Like we'd have like a weed whacker, edger, certain tools or something. Things would get, we'd find things missing, or it's like, I don't know, someone coming over stealing is it,
Mm.
someone just taking it. What's going on? So there was always weird things like that, and um, you know, I think the big thing too is, because like I was saying, how many times I've almost died. Like it's crazy, like how many times I've almost died, or you know, from either like things that could have been car accidents, or just other strange things. Uh, you know, almost falling off of mountains, or uh, whatever. How many close calls I've had. How many things I've had. Like I've talked about, like some kind of like guardian angel kind of type deal, or some spiritual entity looking over you, and kind of why these things are always happening, and why these things kind of follow you everywhere you go. I mean, because I've had stuff happen to me everywhere I've gone. California, Colorado, when I'm traveling, I'll have these things happen to me, that, like I said, you could be, almost die falling off a mountain, or some car accident type deal, or something almost happens, or something else crazy you get caught up in, and it's kind of like, why is it really happening? Um, and then I look at, like, it's kind of like the power in like your light, like how much energy you're admitting. Like we emit so much energy, and frequencies and vibrations, and y- you know we're on such a high level compared to most people, or the average person. And I think that's like one of the biggest things, one of the reasons why we're so alike, and what kind of makes us who we are, and why we see what we see, and like people like us have it's like we have special powers basically. uh, we have special powers, and we can tap into things that other people just can't tap into, or they wouldn't even think about tapping into, because we have, we can, it's like I said, we almost create these are our own anomalies. And I know some of it is people, like I said, people watching you, and kind of sabotaging you along the way and kind of fucking with you. Like I said, there's tiger individuals and electronic harassment, gang stalking and stuff like that. And there's these other weird things. And to me it's like, you know all these things, like, why you're always in a crazy spot, or why these crazy things are happening. It's like, it's like, this is just what you're gonna get with being who you are, and this is what is going to be attracted to you. It's kind of like, you know it's like I was saying, I come from a lot of like dysfunction and a lot of other things, but it's like, it's like, even though it's like that's your family, it's like not really your family. It's just like how, like, anyone can, it's like you'd say anybody could have a kid, anyone can be a mom or a dad, but it takes, but to be a mother figure, to be a father figure is something completely different. And I think that's a huge aspect, like with people like us. Because like I said, I don't know, like, what it was, for like you and your parents and your family and how you got along and stuff. But even from, like, Zach and the stories he tells, like how we say, like, there's reasons why, you know we all agree so much. We're all on the same page and we understand things. And I think it really comes down to that, because it's, you know we see things for what they are. And you know it's like, the fact that we can just call something, say something's going to happen, and then it's going to happen, or it's going to be even way crazier than that, just because we said it, or we were talking about it, or we knew about it. You know what I mean? It's like, there's always this uh kind of weird eeriness to all this. It's like, certain people I've had, uh it's like, we're chosen people, but by God. Like, we were chosen by God to lead the revolution, in a way. It's like, because I had certain people in my life, even certain people, days that they were born, and they were certain people in my life that they were a part of my life, or I got along with them. Um, and like I said, my one buddy back in Wisconsin, Ryan, he was born April 9th, 1996. Um, so 20 days before me, but a year later. And then I had another uh, friend too, that was born. It was weird too, because we were born on the exact same day, April 29th, and his name was John Thompson or never. And then it's weird too, because you know we, we we were so alike. Like, we had like the same jobs, we had the same um cars, and like multiple of them. And we even have like the same social security. Like, it's literally one number off our social security number. Like, we were born the same day. It's like, what is going on here? What even are we and stuff? Um, and I think that, you know, to be, and like I said, we're like the same, like, size, like the same, like, height, weight, build. We have so many things that it's like, and why are well, it's like I said, why are these people in your life? Why are they there? It's like, it's everything. It's like, the gematria is there, the numbers are there, the dates are there. um and just like, it seems to, if someone, and it's like, just because someone maybe isn't alike, you know or maybe you're nothing alike to someone, maybe you're going to have like the same exact mind, because of maybe the day they were born or something like that, or how they're going to, like, how you're going to connect with certain people. Um it's like, kind of how I was saying in the last episode. Like, it's like, certain people in your life, when you're around these people, or you bring these people together, it can cause these anomalies and these differences that but you wouldn't normally think. It's like, with normal people, or other people, maybe you get a different maybe it doesn't go that way, or maybe something else happens. But because you got this person, or you're with this person doing this, it's going to cause this. It's like it's kind of like this combination of energies and vibrations and frequencies coming together. And and like I said, I mean, it's hard to say, like, I don't completely understand it either, like what it is, but it's obvious to me that, like, certain things in life are happening. Like I said, it's like life is happening, but then things are also happening kind of around us too at the same time. It's like there's this kind of 50-50 mix going on, because we're so powerful. We're emitting this, you know, power into the world, and it's like cause and effect. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of back and forth, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback on that, you know, I do want to preface, not that I give a rat's ass what anybody else thinks about, you know, certain things, but I don't have. It's not like I'm kept approaching this in any kind of egotistical way, but certainly to your point, I have never been. We were kind of speaking on this before we started the stream. I've just never been a follower, really. Like,
Yep.
I've never tried necessarily, or like had this like thought in my mind, I want to lead. I can't wait to lead. It's more of like a stubborn thing. It's really more just like, if there was a leader, I would be prone to being like, well, I can do that better. Well, I can do that better. So it's like, in that regard, I've, not to say I'm some like great human that has just always led a flock, but it's just, I've been popular in my life, and like school, and people have kind of flocked to me. I've never like searched out people and was like, there's never been a time where I was like, oh, I need my friends, I need friends, I need to have friendship. They just find me. And this could be a level of, there could be a level of normalcy to it. It's just, but not only does it find me, but I just naturally gravitate to like the lead position of those groups. In some, it could be a shared leadership position too. Like, there could be a couple of my friends that would be considered like the most popular of the group type of deal, but still I'm up there. And it's not like I ever applied to be, or like I tried to be. It's just people, when I would, it, this sounds bad, but it's just like when I was talking, it was quiet type of deal. It's a weird thing. It's they were waiting to hear what I said. And it's just like I said, not egotistical. I'm not trying to sit here and brag about it. I could care less that that happened. I wasn't asking for it, and I didn't need it. So, but specifically with high school, and then not even specifically with high school, I should say. I mean, it's been a lot of my life, even with adults. So, like, without ever asking for it, adults have like gravitated towards me, either having to do with my potential, or just some skill I conveyed to them that they found special for someone my age. I was very um acted, a lot older than my age. My Yeah, I was the only one in like m- elementary school who like got sarcasm, and I was only the only one who kind of got the joke of elections, that elections were like I always approached. I remember when I was in fourth grade, it was the Bush Gore presidency, and like any ritualistic garbage they teach in our shit schools, they were making us choose sides, and I just happened to be a Republican for this for the school thing. And but I had like a semi decent George Bush impression, even in fourth grade. In fourth grade, I had like worked on a George Bush impression, and whenever I hit the teachers with it, it was first like shock, and then second it was just like and I would impress them, and then because it wasn't only just like I could spew rhetoric, that I like political rhetoric, and I was like a fourth grader, just like little kid. But I've always got sarcasm, like known how to weave in inside jokes like to teachers. Like so it's I've understood like the nuance of like adult. I've always rather been associated with adults than the kids around me for the most part. Not that I didn't like having fun. I wasn't some like weird kid either. I wasn't weird. Like that's the one thing. It's like I was weird the entire time. My alter ego was definitely weird. But like I just knew what separated me from the weird kid is that I just put it away at school. Like I knew better than to just flaunt the weirdness all the time. But I was, I definitely knew I was weird compared to people for certain reasons, and I had the same kind of propensity for weirdness as the weird kid. I just knew to not flaunt the weirdness if I wanted to be not wanted to be, but if I, didn't want to be ridiculed. So it's like I got a lot of nuanced things that other kids are just learning as they go. It's like I was built in. I just knew already that it was a weird competition. I don't want to be in it, but since I'm in it, I definitely don't want to be on the bottom. So, and I carried that through, and it's still with me to this day. It's like even when it comes down to the jobs I've held, it's like I've always wanted to work the best, even though it's like I'm getting paid the same as all those other losers who are like literally taking way more breaks and sitting on their phone and taking more smoke breaks and slacking off, and there's no incentive necessarily. The boss isn't like paying so close attention, at a fast food place that I worked at or like AutoZone. It's not like they're coming down and say, "Wow, you can really stock the shelves better than this guy." It's like they could care less. That guy's, but it's just, and it comes down to like principles and morals, somewhat morals, I guess more principles. But yeah, I think that for people, let's just give it the general because what you're speaking on has a lot to do with like aura, correct? It's
Yeah.
the lights that's shining, the power that we give off. I think there's an obvious correlation to the kind of person that obviously shows they don't need like another person's approval. Like people, even, people with, low aura, let's say, would rather be in that person's company probably than the person who's begging for it. So I think there's this like weird correlation where there's the majority of people, in my opinion, that don't care to expand their aura, their like actual um like the well, let's just leave it at aura. Their aura. They don't care to necessarily expand their aura, i.e., like followers. And like we were discussing earlier, it's okay to be a follower. It's definitely okay to be a follower. Where I draw the line from what it makes a follower, cross a line is that they want to follow. Like they specifically want to follow. They specifically want a leader. You shouldn't. I mean, I will also say this. I might lose some renown on this one, but I think it's generally good that females want to follow. It might be one thing for females to lead other females, and because that exists, obviously, there's the whole sects in high school and in the workplace and everywhere else, just like it is for men. But I just think when it comes down to it, men should have a higher propensity to want to lead, but then on top of that, they should not want to follow. Those are two like different things. It's not the same thing to not want to follow as it is to want to lead. And it's okay to not want to lead, but it's at the same time you should not also want to follow. It's okay to follow if, because somebody who has a skill that you don't necessarily have yet, or whatever that may be, as long as it isn't I just love being a follower. I think that's actually a huge problem. It's like a huge problem that's like at its peak right now, this day. And I've seen that grow throughout my whole life. People have gotten weaker minded, weaker bodied, weaker auras, if you will. And and that's led to this other, it's almost like a cartoon or something. It's like the villains have this like purple aura, and like the good guys have this yellow bright aura, and what the only difference between the people with the yellow bright aura and the people with the shining, big purple aura is it's the same or source aura. It's just the guy with the purple aura, he will use that against the people with no aura. Like he know like I talk about like psychology, like that's how I picture it is like there's these people that can go door to door and pick you apart and you would never know that they did it. And before you know it, you're signing on a dotted line. You didn't understand why you were doing it, but they're on a way higher plane than you with just this the actual mental gymnastics that they know how to use, and they will use that to their own ends. Like that's purple aura. Whereas, you know, us wanting to explain to our fellow man about the agendas and things that they are pushing us and our children to, that's the yellow aura. So I don't know. That's just kind of like some interesting terminology. I could probably come up with better if given time, but that's just kind of, for anyone needing a visual, that's kind of how I perceive it.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head because it's kind of like what I was saying too. It comes down to, to me, it's like I never wanted to participate. I'd always, I never wanted to be like everyone else. I just wanted to do my own thing. I didn't want to just go along to get along, and you know, I just I didn't want to just let things slide. Like it's like I had questions and I wanted, questions answered, and people couldn't answer it. They wouldn't answer it. I'm like, well, then there you go. It's like, I just had an easy time seeing everything. Like you said, people just they want to follow. They need, you know, someone else or something else to be into. They can't just kind of let themselves be themselves and do what they want to do and follow. Everyone has, kind of someone or something they look up to, and that's what it's going to be. And I think that's the big thing for people like us is, we kind of always just kind of had ourselves and just kind of did our own thing. And um it's kind of like too, I mean, everything I've kind of done, it's kind of, reflected, who, like the inner power, I mean, because even like in school, and kind of like everything I've done, like when I was doing asphalt construction, like I said, for years, like, nobody could keep up with me. And I was in Wyoming. I did moving. I had the most moves in the history of the company. I mean, I wasn't even there, just under 2 years, and I had like 530 moves, and second was like 300. I had like twice as much. So like, and it's just like everything else, school. It was kind of the same thing. It's like, um, we could be playing like dodgeball, and there'd be like five, and I'd be like one guy versus five, and then like I'd like single handedly beat everybody on the team, even though it was 5-on-1. I'd somehow come back and win the game by myself, and it's like, but then you'd line everybody up to get, up against the wall to get picked again. Like I never get picked. Like, well, I just won the game. It's like I just, single handedly beat, five of the best people here, and did it by myself. But like you line everyone up and like they'll never pick you. You're always picked last if you've been picked at all. But it's kind of the same thing with everything else. Like I always had like a lot of agility and athletic ability, and like I said, I'm good at like flips and other things like that. And I was good at like I know we'd be doing like volleyball, and I'd be hitting the serves, and I'd be serving, I'd hit it over the net like perfectly like 20 times in a row, and like nobody would be able to hit it back or hit it. And then um or we'd be throwing, doing like crazy wrestling moves or something, or football, would be throwing the ball, I know like in Wyoming, like out, because you're at high elevation, you're at like 6,000 feet. So I mean, I can throw the ball like, 60 plus yards like it's nothing, because it just flies. It's like, um I was just able to, I was always good at throwing and catching, and probably a
One
little
of
better
those
at
Tom Brady balls.
Yeah, the Tom Brady, the softballs. Got to get that softball in there. But yeah, I was always good at like throwing and catching and stuff, and just like and like I just like I said, like naturally athletic, like nothing like my family. Like none of them would even. I mean, they're too lazy to even pedal a bike. I mean, they won't even walk or anything. And like here I am walking and running and doing flips and you know working out, lifting weights. I'm the only person that does any of that. It's like most people they don't do that, or if they have to do it, they have to do it with someone else telling them to do it, or they have to go with somebody else. It's like everyone else kind of has to and it's not like it's like I said, like everything I've done, it's like even like like I'll be Uber, and like my satisfaction's always like 99 or 100. Like I'm always like at the top. I'm always like no, I'm always like number one or whatever. So it's like we always seem to rise to the occasion around whatever we're doing. And like I said, it doesn't matter what job or where it is, or what state it is, or how cold it is, or what the adversity is. People like us are we're just going to overcome it because we're just simply meant to. Whereas other people, like I remember, like back in like 2010, everyone really the cell phones and the technology, and like everyone just addicted to games, gaming on their phone or playing some. I think it was like Angry Bird back then or something like that.
Mm,
And I just
that
watched,
shit's crazy.
yeah, and I just watched the mind control, and I'm just like, why am I the only person that's like not like anybody
You're
else?
talking about
Like,
Flappy Bird, probably, right? That was the one that was like the mania, where the creator took it off the app store. This is like the infancy of app stores for phones. Like they were very primitive. Like there was only a few apps. Mostly was just games and like calendars and like notepads that were in the app store at this time. And Flappy Bird, and dude, it's crazy. People were going nuts, dude. I definitely remember at my school. I was just like, "What the hell?"
yeah, and I could just see the technology emerging and people coming along with it. Everyone was just
Mhm.
they were all about the technology, and I'm just like, I just wasn't for it. I wasn't about it. Like, and it's weird watching how everyone because everyone went through the transition, that's, my age or older. Cause like I said, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have the internet, we didn't have the technology, but like we never let it like, I don't know, I guess consume us, I guess, or we didn't let
Mhm.
the mind control take over, I guess. Cause you look at everyone else, it's like, all they care about is, selfies and taking pictures of themselves, or, whatever they can get out of playing some Flappy Bird or something, Angry Bird, whatever. It's like, I could just see it. I just saw where we were. And this was like half of my life ago. Right? This is like 2010. Like I said, this is like half of my life ago, and just seeing how, what that was like and where people were. And, now I'm, you know, and then you go like I said, 10 years even before that, when I was like 10, like I could already see the technology was too far. And I could just see like, people, everyone getting, starting to text, because there really wasn't internet on the phones at that point. It was just texting basically. So like people were, catching on to texting, and um, and everyone was getting cell phones, and uh, VHS was switching to DVD, and the PS2 was about to become the PS3 soon. So it's kind of like you kind of had, the technology shifting, changing, coming, going. And I think that's like a big thing too. Like, as I look at philosophy, a big thing is watching how people get caught up in things. And I think that's something that, it makes us kind of who we are and what we are. Cause like I said, we don't, nothing really phases us. I mean, it's just like with, it's no different than, whether it's COVID in 2020, where everyone's just full of fear and stuff, it couldn't have been dumber. It could have been stupid, in my opinion. There was no fear at all. There was nothing. But here we are, at the finish line, light years ahead of everybody. And it's just been this way my whole life. Like the things that, I would point out or I'd talk about, it's like, that's not the level people are at. That's not where they're on. That's not the questions they're asking. They're worried about, their future and going to school. And I'm just like, well, what future are you going to have? Like what future are we, what you're saying isn't even going to be how it is. Because so many people, when they talk in the present, they talk in the now. It's just like the things I'm saying right now, what relevance is that going to have 10, 20 years from now? That might be false or wrong in 10, 20 years. They might change it. It might switch. It might be forgotten. You know what I mean? Because
Mhm.
that's how life is. Things I was talking about that could have been true in 2002, could be wrong or false or have changed or been altered, or something could have happened in that time. That's the way people don't, when they talk and they think, they always think about, present or maybe even the past, but they never really look at the future, like as to what something's going to be, uh, or how fast something, like time, like we were talking about time, how fast the time is moving, how, why it seems like it's going by so much faster now, and it's like, is that really just us aging, or is that them controlling the time and, shortening the days and, going along with, the whole end of the world scenario? It's like, and then you look at other things, it's like, because if it's not like, it's like I said, it's like the time's moving faster, but everything's, technology is advancing, things are getting crazier, things are getting, we're reaching new levels to everything. You know, what people look like, 20, 15, 20 years ago, you wouldn't have fathomed what they look like now. But, this wasn't where people's minds were. I mean, they've altered people in such a way, they've changed people in such a way that it's like they've really kind of taken away, the way you can, you know, understand and process information. Because, like I said, I mean, for people like us, we're just old enough to know. Like, I couldn't imagine what it's like being a kid now. And what
Mm.
are you gonna know now? I mean, how are you gonna, go back and understand that, you know, there wasn't always internet, there wasn't always a cell phone, that there wasn't, you used to have an imagination. And that's really what I see when I look at the agendas. I look at the attack of the mind, the attack of how they've just conquered people's minds, and they've moved people with, you know, ideas and influences, and they've just been able to change and alter, to get what they want. It's just like I'm saying, things don't even feel like they used to feel. A day 20, 30 years ago doesn't feel like a day today. You know what I mean? Like, everything is changing. And I think, like we're saying, like, to be like us, I think you have to be able to see the change, and you have to be able to understand the change on a bigger level. And I think that's where a lot of people, um I just think that's the main advantage we have over others, is we've always had that ability. Because, like I said, I mean, when I was in preschool, I mean, I threw my stuff in the garbage. I got held back. I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to participate. I didn't like school. I didn't like the government. I didn't like being told what to do. Um, I just wanted to play, have fun, jump around, run around, do my thing. And, I didn't want to do anything else, because I didn't see the point in it. I'm like, well, what's the point of that? I mean, you come to the school and waste my time, waste my day all day. I mean, this is something I could learn at home in like 10 minutes, and I don't need a teacher, or, a classroom, or to be around these people. I mean, what, you spend all these time on these people, and then you get out of school, you never see these people again. For the most part, you waste all these years. These people, you're not going to see them again. They're not going to be part of your life. And, you know, and even if they are, I mean, people change. I mean, it's not like you're the same when you're 5 years old. And then you have, where you went to school. I mean, it's a lot of people, they move, they leave, they go different states, different cities, different countries. People, you know people change. Things happen. And they just want you in this little world, like, oh, this is what you got to do, and this is who you got to be, and this is what life is. And then there's people like us, and we just never had it. I couldn't sit there in school. I failed school. I can't sit there and pay attention. I can't even do it, because I have way too much ADHD, and I just don't give a fuck about Do you really think I'm gonna take something like Shakespeare seriously? Like, art thou though, and this stupid sayings. It's just retarded. You know what I mean? It's just retarded what they put us through.
Only thing I like about the old English, if you will, is how spelling was. Like all the words were spelled like how you would think they would be spelled, instead of all these like weird inflections and stuff like that. So uh, anyway, I don't have an exact example for that. I just in reading like old documents and stuff, it's funny how things are spelled. But yeah, man. I mean, yeah, I mean, you're basically just echoing a lot of thoughts that I've had and feelings I've had about, we talk a lot about school because I think that's just like such a common, you know, measuring stick. And I think for a good reason. I think people's school comparisons are so poignant because for for the most part, we all have to have them, which is this, you know, hey, slaves, make sure your little brats go to our school to learn how to be good slaves just like you are. And, there's certain people that can see the forest from the trees even at a young age and know that, yeah, I mean, even if it's something simple that seems selfish, like, no, I shouldn't be doing this. I don't want to be doing this. Like you say, like you were saying, I'm for yourself as well. I wasn't very much of a team player. For as much as I was saying I wanted to kind of not so much appease the adults by, showing them how smart I was. There was just as much of that where I was like, I thought the teacher was stupid. Like I would also, you know, the teacher was the butt of the joke a lot of the time. And I didn't get I got in trouble quite often. Um, generally for, speech, not for like acting out in some crazy way, because I saw the kids who would do that. I didn't want to be that kind of kid, because that kid who's freaking out, they might even think they look cool by being that kind of like chaos. But when you're not that kid doing it, you realize everybody's looking around like, what the fuck? This kid's weird. So it's like I already seen what that kid gets. And so for me it was more, I would I would challenge the teachers rather than just act out. I would challenge them, and almost to the point where it's like I would force them to reply, which kind of plays into my game because it's like no kid, let's say I lose an argument, just just having an argument like an actual, you know, uh smart type of argument. This is the worst time to lose track of thinking when I'm talking about how smart I am. Intelligent, like having an actual intelligent argument with a teacher, and when you're in like fifth grade and stuff, you know, the kids are all going to side with you because it just looks like you're, one upping the authority figure. And that at the end of the day, even the teachers, they're not the ones to necessarily be to blame for what's going on. But it's kind of like what we're going to talk about here in a little bit. Voting, it's, the teachers are validating the lie. The teachers are, by considering themselves their position to be such a high position. Now it'd be one thing to have an independent, like, learning program and courses that involve the parents, and like it's all this like agreed upon, stuff that doesn't affect the child's learning, and it's a lot of activity based. If that exists, more power to you. Those teachers that want to do that and they want to, great. But the ones that I've seen, there's so much vanity. There's so much vanity in teachers, and I saw this from a very young age, and I always wanted to exploit it. They sniff their own asses and love the smell, and they just love their the idea that they are these like beacons or I had a good word and then I lost it, but they have this idea that they are these archons, these freaking figures that are to be, defended and to be upheld and praised and all at the same time, and they just, like I said, they just sniff their own farts and just like, "Ooh, give me some more, fart again." They all treat each other like that, and it's just, it's all, I hope it's out of ignorance, because to find out that, they're all just, basically pawns of the cabal and know it, that's a whole nother issue. But their ignorance, no, on the outside looking in, seeing ignorant people act like they're the ones to be taken seriously and listened to, it's a joke. And so the fact that I would hope that it's ignorance and they don't know it, and so that's why they act they allow themselves to act the way they act. But like the egos on teachers should not have an ego. But as soon as you have an ego as a teacher, as soon as you have a set mentality, you can't learn from the students. You can't bend. You're not flexible with the many different minds you're going to come across that don't think square go square. This goes this way. This has to be that way. Well, okay. So was anybody ever wrong? Do we have all the science from the very beginning? Or was somebody fucking wrong? And it took somebody that didn't think like that idiot to figure out that they were wrong. If we just keep saying this is right, this is the only thing that's right, it's like, haven't we forgotten what science is? Like, obviously, these are all rhetorical questions. I trust me, I know that you cannot challenge science in this day and age, but like, just admitting that you can't challenge science. Speaking of COVID, speaking of all these different things, isn't that admitting that it's like not stepping up to a challenge? If you're so right, shouldn't you want it out there? Shouldn't you want it to be challenged so you could prove all the idiots wrong? And that you, it's like, that's so disingenuous not allowing the challenge. That's the whole point, is that if it's wrong, it'll prove itself wrong. If it's right, it'll prove itself right. But if you can't even challenge it, we're just going to be stuck with the wrong answers for who knows how long. And I saw that in teachers, in people that I do believe are just normal human beings. There's That's not talking about the principal, that's not talking about superintendents. They might be attending some lodge meetings, for sure, 100%, for sure, not maybe. They, the district superintendents that never step foot inside a school but make all the rules for it. Yeah, they're grandfathered into some organizations you're not a part of, for sure. So it's like top down. Obviously, it's highly agenda based. We're talking about education of the masses of children that will grow up to be the idiots who vote and the idiots who go along with every single agenda and wear their face diapers and buy up all the toilet paper, and because Big Daddy told you to go do it. It's like, from my recollection, I don't even remember the push to buy toilet paper. I swear it's stuff like that that just makes you lose so much faith. I don't want this to be in our repertoire. I just want to speak from the truth, because I do have I we have this channel because of the hope for what we can do for the world. But at the same time, holy shit, did anybody even tell you to go buy the toilet paper? I actually don't remember that happening. I swear it was like one of those spark things where it's like people started doing it. And so like it might have even started from just like a normal stupid, Costco rich family. Like, there's a pandemic around the corner, and somebody saw you know a rich family walking out with 3 carts of toilet paper, and then they were like, huh, and ran in the store to buy toilet paper. And somebody saw that person run in the store to buy toilet paper. Oh shit, I better get some toilet paper too. Before you know it, oh, okay, toilet paper's going flying off the shelves. So it's just, I wouldn't put it, brother, whether anything was moved in our minds to do so or not, that does not matter. Why were you there? Why were you at a store in line purchasing toilet paper? Just ask yourself that question. Why? Why were you doing it? Was it because you really wanted to? Was it because you woke up that day and just it was your idea? No, it wasn't. And then the subsequent things that you did were also not your idea. Come to terms with it. Be honest with yourself. Realize you were duped. I'm not here to say I'm better than you. That's not the point. I don't want to be around. It's like, you think I want a world full of people so stupid they would do that? You think I get pleasure out of that? You think I just want, at the end of the day, my goal is to say I'm better than that guy? I'm better than these guys? No, I'd much rather not be able to say that. I'd much rather be like, that guy's way better than me. I'd rather have something to look up to than all this shit to look down upon. I don't, I'm not some snobby person. I want equals. I don't want a bunch of sheeples. Damn, that's another bumper sticker. But yeah, dude, this is so yeah, it's like this isn't coming from a place of like any ego or pride or anything like that. It's I want to see the rise of humans. Literally. I want to at least know what's going to happen before I die, or have something set up for my children or their children's children before we go. I want there to be some significant movement towards this. And the fact and the idea that there wouldn't be is, quite frankly, basically a failure. It's like, okay, I'm ready for the red place. If there's no if nothing's if there's no dents being made and I go, then I deserve the red place. I'm not going to the bright place then. Because like, what God would want somebody that didn't make an improvement on the people before them? That's It's like, if you believe in God, that's all you can. How can you think of anything different? Why does it always have to be about specific scriptures or anything like that? Can't we take ourselves away from the book at all? And if there is this God, why the hell would he want you if you're just doing normal shit every day? Or even if you're struggling and not doing anything to improve your struggle? It's like, what is desirable about that? Why would a God want things that are undesirable? And of course, they're not human, so human desires might not translate, but as far as we can perceive things, it just makes no sense. And so you know, as much as I would obviously like to be included in the great side of the next thing, whether or not it's, even if it's reincarnation, if that involves, you know, your level of reincarnation based on what you did before, which I could also see that being a possibility, because there's also the possibility that no matter how righteous you are on this world, you're still not righteous enough for the consistent presence of the God who made this. You know what I mean? Have you thought about that at all? That is strictly for him and his angels, if they do exist, which I tend to believe in some form of that. Um, but yeah, I don't think we're ever made with the intention that, oh yeah, every once in a while I'm going to bring you guys up here. Like, I don't think that was the goal. It's like, why not just make us and put us in there? This is obviously something that goes deeper than just a carnal want to have things, because he's got us. If he wants, he can make an automaton that does exactly what he needs it to do. This whole experiment has to do, I think there is a reward, but that reward isn't something that we can put our stamp on. It's like, the reward is potentially, like, as far as reincarnation goes, it's like, are you gonna start off on a better step than you left? Or if you were going down the stairs when you died, you might start off lower, even lower again, because you still haven't proved that you can take a lifetime or the life that you're given and make an improvement of it. And maybe some steps are larger than others and considered better than others. So maybe you can make a lot of strides. Say you die at 20, but you had this like great impact on the world. That might add up better than somebody who did all right their entire life. You know what I mean? So like, I've had these thoughts about the levels of things, and it does come from I would say, a mostly Christian standpoint, as far as like the inner workings. I would say it does come from mostly Christian. Um, the idea of a supreme being, because if you strip away the titles and if you strip away the you can't talk about it and you're you can't draw a picture of Allah. Why? What are you talking about? So there's a God that rules everything, and he's like, "Don't take my picture." Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Why would you even consider? Is that not? That sounds like you, like putting a restriction on a God. Am I wrong? So your God allows you to put restrictions on them. Well, I don't want to follow that God. That God sounds weird. I mean, I don't like that idea. That sounds if I'm gonna be beholden to something, it better be because I need to be. I mean, not only because I need to be, but I better have to be as well. Like I would prefer a God that saw something in me more than just an experiment potentially, but also, you know, demands that I'm beholden to him because that shows a level of like care and commitment to the thing in and of itself, in my opinion. So if I'm being unclear, I'm sorry, but I've thought about this so much. It's putting it into words, I might get a little wordy with it. But the idea of like a God that demands a certain thing of you, it's very similar to a father. A father that demands nothing of you, a father that you know is either completely distant or gives you everything they want. Those two extremes are, not what you'd want and not what I would want in a god or a dad.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and uh, it's like kind of we were just kind of born with that discernment too.
It's a good point.
Not all people are created equal. Not all of us are equal, and some of us have, like I said, these we just know things. We have special powers, or just like how you can line other people up to go to get on the bus and deal with the child abuse and freezing and the and deal with the 30-40 below bullshit, and they're just going to do it and not have a problem with it. But I mean, I had a problem with it every day. I mean, I didn't want to be out there at all. I didn't want to do it at all. I just seen right through it. I don't want to get on the bus. I don't want to go out where stand in the cold, wait for the stupid bus. I don't want to go to a stupid school and waste my day and waste my time, and and then freeze and feel like shit, and just the hell they got to push you through. It's like, and other people, they don't even see it. They don't even want to call it out. It's like they just want to do it and just go through with it, and then they just they don't have any grounding in their own sense. And I think that's really the biggest thing. It's like you talk about like a God creator, and I believe there's some kind of god or gods or some kind of higher power, some kind of whatever it is or whatever they are, however this works. And I feel like obviously I feel like people like me and you have a very has to have a very close and powerful relationship, with the creator or creators or whatever, to have these kind of things happen and to have the kind of lives that we live, um, compared to other people who are just like, a Christian, and they just, they're voting for Trump, or they're just, they're just dumbed down and can't see anything or do anything for themselves, or don't want to look at anything because they're just Christian. They know it all. you know, that's someone who obviously doesn't know God at all. They don't know who God is. They have no relationship with God. They're fake. They're fake as fuck. And I think that's really what it comes down to. I think that's what it is people are, you know, the people that, are trying to be forced to look for God, or, follow religion, or, try and figure it out in that kind of sense. They're all lost and fucked up, and they got issues, and they and they have mental issues, and like I said, Christianity is like a mental illness. But you know for people like us who don't have to look at a Bible or look at a book, we can just look around and look at everything, and we can just see God. When we look around, we look at everything, and everything I look at, I could look at a cat and I could see God. I could look at a dog and see God. I can look at myself or someone else or anything, and I can just see God. I can see God everywhere, see it all around. But I think that's really what it comes down to. It's how you see it and how you find it, and you don't need a Bible and to be a Christian, and and to do all the stupid shit, and to be just this fake fucking person with no life and no personality that can't learn anything. You can't. You won't take in gematria because you're Christian. You won't take in anything because you're Christian. You can't do any research because you're Christian. I know it all. It's just
Mhm.
this idiotic thinking. Um, but the biggest thing here is, you know, like we were saying, we were talking about, like the NASCAR race tonight, if how that kind of I think is playing into the selection, and it looks like it's, you know, you see how what they're doing with, it's interesting too how the Chiefs they play tomorrow. Um, the Chiefs play tomorrow, and it's weird because they're undefeated, so I don't know what's going to happen with that game tomorrow. But the NASCAR race tonight too, is kind of interesting. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens with that Chiefs game. They play the Bucks. I'm really interested to see how that game goes because I know that the NASCAR race tonight, because the championship is next Sunday, and what's really interesting is the race tonight was like one of the most like rigged races I have ever seen. It's like, and this is the second time in the last like month where they've DQ'd someone in the playoffs, and they DQ'd Bowman made the round of 8, and they DQ'd him, and they put Logano in, and then Logano makes it to the round of 4. Because Logano was originally short on points, and then tonight they did it again with Byron being short on points. They DQ'd Bell, and they took Bell out and they put Byron in. So the way they're manipulating things, and it was really interesting tonight, watching that, listening to Jeff Gordon, uh, what he had to say about it too, because obviously William Byron uh, won the Daytona 500,
See, he
and
races with 24 as well,
yeah,
Jeff Gordon.
yeah, that's his old car. I mean, it's the car he always drove. He races for Hendrick, and
Mhm.
they're in their 40th. It's their 40th anniversary too, I think. So there's a lot of numbers there. It's interesting. I think he has Russell Wilson's birthday. I think Russell Wilson was born on November 29th. But
Yes, sir.
yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in the next race because uh, the manipulation's never been higher. I mean, just the way they're rigging it, and like I said, William Byron won the Daytona 500 this year, and in the last 2 years of the 2 years ago, they were the last 3 years, really 2012 or 2022, 2023, 2024. My two picks have been Ryan Blaney and William Byron. In 2022, they came in the round of 8. They didn't make the round of 4, but they came in the round of 8. And then um, last year, they both made it to the round of 4, the final 4, and Ryan Blaney won it, and Byron got third. So I was right there. And once again, I'm right because they both make the round of 4, and I think one of those two is going to win the championship. I think Blaney might get his second, or Byron might get his first. It's interesting too. Logano's won a couple times, and he's in it too, so he might get his third. But what's also interesting is Tyler Reddick's in it too, and he drives the 45. So I don't know. That 45 might be playing big, but um,
Yeah, I don't know where to see the playoffs. I'm assuming they're in the playoffs now.
yeah, it's the final round of 4. Should be in the standings too. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, but it's real interesting listening to even Jeff Gordon tonight because it sounded like he was like almost ready to just kind of let the cat out of the bag. He's just like, I mean, how do you describe this one now? And it's just like, and I said before this race, I said this is going to be a big, interesting race today. Because I felt like it was really going to play into the selection, how rigged, like how they're going to draw it out, how they're going to manipulate it and drag it out, and mess with the numbers,
Hmm.
uh, or mess, just whatever they're going to do. And I thought this race was going to be a great indicator, especially with the championship being next week. So, and it, and then tonight, what happened, just like the biggest rigged, it's kind of blowing up right now what happened, and I think this could be a huge indicator, this week. Um, like I said, too, that Chiefs game tomorrow is going to be very interesting as well. But, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with all of this, especially next Sunday, and who wins the championship.
Is it just me, or does NASCAR seem way less rigged this year? What a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's way less rigged this year. I like it this year. It's way less rigged.
Yeah.
It's like less rigged. It's not completely not rigged. Okay, dumbass. It seems like some people are already on it. I'm sure if I typed in Martinsville. There's some lead up ones. Hmm. I am done with NASCAR. They're gonna miss me when I'm gone.
Yeah, just toying with all the fans. It's like the Damar Hamlin thing. Like I said, how they bend the rules. These psyops they put on people. What are people going to take? What are they going to eat up? What can we tell them? How much can we manipulate things?
Wait, what is this after the fraternity? What are they trying to say here? They're calling us the fraternity? What are they talking? What is the fraternity? I don't get this statement. Okay. Anyway, maybe AI wrote it, dude. I see a lot of that,
Yeah,
or a foreigner wrote it. It's
yeah,
insane. After the fraternity, I didn't, or it's just like it's a synonym, so they think any synonym works. It's like the people could be a synonym for fraternity. You know what I mean? So they're like, I can't just use the people. I have to
yeah,
use a special word. My boss will get mad. Anyway, blatant attempts to change the eventual Final Four standings, the first of which came courtesy of 23XI racer driver, of course, Bubba Wallace. Get him in the headlines.
yeah.
It's been too long. We haven't had him in the headlines with controversy. Stupid ass name. The number 23 Toyota driver has been accused of slowing down on the final lap of the race to allow his Toyota teammate Christopher Bell to advance into the final round, who incidentally repeated one of the few banned moves in stock car racing by executing a wall ride at the venue. I'm assuming that's caused a lot of accidents. The only reason to ban any type of maneuver.
Yeah, there's two crazy instances. I think both 2 years ago. There was one where this race ended, and it was, I think it was Ross Chastain that drove himself in the wall and shot himself around and passed a bunch of cars that way. It didn't even look real; it looked crazy. He just drove in the corner as hard as he could. He rode the wall and he passed a bunch of cars, and they allowed it for that. But then after he did it, they changed the rules so you can't do it anymore. There was another thing too that happened in 2012 or 2022, I think, too, where it was like Austin Dillon. There was a race, and in the race, all of a sudden it was like raining, or like the track was wet or something, and like all the cars just like started crashing, or they lost control, and everybody in the whole entire field crashed and wrecked. But somehow Austin Dillon's car never lost control somehow. And I don't know how it's possible, but he never lost control, and he didn't get hit in the accident, and he just kept going, and he was the only car that made it through, the race that didn't get any damage or anything, and then he just went on to like lead every single lap from there, and he went on to win the race. So like I've never seen anything so rigged in my life. I mean, I don't know, did he have like special traction? Then how did every other car miss him in that wreck? In every car, I've never seen that before in my whole life, where the whole field gets taken out, but one car just makes it, and somehow he never lost control or got hit. And
That guy you brought up
supposedly,
is involved in this one, apparently, Mr. Chastain.
yeah. And then the Chastain thing with the wall riding 2 years ago too, it is crazy. It didn't even look real, just shot around, and now they banned the move. And I don't even know why Bell would go on the wall and do that. That's the thing. It doesn't even make any sense, because it's not like he had to pass anybody or anything. So it didn't even. It's just weird.
You know what's really weird? I hate to make this like, because it's outside perspective for sure. I've never been. It's weird how much talking to you that I do retain from NASCAR when I've never literally watched the sport, barely like a smidgen. But like I do know like these names, they're pushed out through Sports Center and other things I used to watch, to the point where it's like, damn, I had no idea how much subconscious knowledge I have of this. But take something like, because what else is what is it, Cars, the uh animated movie.
Oh yeah,
Like what else is that other than a subliminal advertising for NASCAR, for motorsports. They do that shit in those movies. They do the whole blocking for teammates and slingshotting, and they do all that stuff, like positioning wise, to win
yeah,
races. They do that in those movies. Just kind of just thought I'd throw that out there. It's weird. Like, because it doesn't need to include it. There's people, it's more complicated to include that kind of stuff in a kids movie than to just have it be about the race and the racers fighting to the finish line. Like, why does it have to be about Mater coming in to slingshot you into, and blocking other people and stuff like that, when it's apparently frowned upon in the actual sport? Just a mention there.
yeah.
I'm not into any Pixar movies like that. It's just I've seen things. Yeah, see, Rolling a Roadblock. They do that in those movies. If they don't call it this for the bullshit that Wallace let it be and the rule change that they made because of Hamlin, ironically, I am done with NASCAR, and I'm not even kidding, wrote one fan after the race, urging NASCAR to take action. Give both manipulation. Next driver gets in the final four, chimed in another. Bro. All right, whatever. Whatever. Playoffs suck. This is evidence. The 24 and 20 should be DQ, not DQ'd, or lose positions. So, have they ever been known to posthumously change things? So, like, have they ever have a race finish and then go back and say, "Oh, well, no, we're going to change it because you did this"?
Yeah, they actually have. Like I just said, there was the one a couple weeks ago where they said Bowman made it and Logano didn't, and then they went back and they're like, "Oh no, look, Bowman's car like didn't pass inspection or something or whatever." So they're gonna say he got disqualified, and Logano made, like, they changed that the next day. I think is when they changed it.
Oh,
Um,
look, Mark Martin, MM. He's cussing on Twitter about my sport. Oh, I always liked that guy. He gets it. He was never involved in any of the rigging. No, no, shut your ass up. He did not. He wasn't. No, they didn't do that back in the day. They didn't do. Look at him right here. He knows this is a shit show, because when he had to do out there, when he turned left, that was all about his own. He didn't have this bullshit. He didn't ride the damn wall. All right. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. Just look at what they're doing now. It's crazy. There was another race. It was a year or two ago, and I was thinking of putting some money on it and betting, but it was weird. I can't remember what happened. It was like Chase Elliott and Denny Hamlin. It was like the 9 and 11 car, but one of them got DQ'd because I forget what it was. I don't know. It was like post race inspection or something, but it was the first time ever where they went in and they actually, because if someone got penalized before someone was cheating, what they would just do is they would just penalize you with points. They wouldn't take your win away. But this was the first time they actually took a win away, and they gave it to like the third place car that finished third, since first and second got DQ'd.
It
So
was
it was,
also Martinsville, it sounds
yeah.
like.
Yeah, the race where the DQ happened, where they changed the winner, was like Pocono. That was like a year or
Oh,
two
okay.
ago or something. Yeah.
Oh, this is a different race.
Yeah, that was a different race.
Poconos. I can't remember. Oh, it's a C. That's right. Oh, I see. Denny Hamlin was disqualified for failing post-race inspection. Well, that's vague. Why? Uh, and now, okay. Joe Gibbs Racing declined to appeal NASCAR's decision to strip Denny Hamlin's victory and teammate Kyle Busch's runner-up finish on Sunday after the Toyota's failed inspections. Okay, I'm looking for the. This is like it's like pulling a baseball player for what's obviously steroids, but just not saying it. Just what is it? What'd they do? What'd they do to their cars? Some material was where it shouldn't have been.
Hmm.
Oh my goodness. I'm sure that that's what the reason was. Some material. I mean, some material could be anything. An extra turbo. It's just material when you think about it. It's all, aluminum and aluminum's material. It's all, you know, it's like, no,
Yeah.
some material. It would obviously helped you win a race, you dipshit. It was something more than some material. But anyway, that also, I think, I say it helped him win a race, but, I think what you're espousing and talking about is obvious that these things are some, predetermined. And
Yeah, and how they can just go in there and go back and say, "Oh, well, we said you won, but now you really didn't. You finished last, and this guy won." Or, "Oh, you really made it on points, but oh, we're not going to take away points. We're going to take away the win this time." Or,
just the
"Oh, we're
fact that that precedent exists should make you not want to be a fan of the sport. Not necessarily racing as a sport. I'm not sitting here trying to knock the idea. First of all, I consider what this could be extremely manly. Like, there's no more manly of a let's go fucking fast at high speeds. And if we crash, maybe we die, but hell, brother, let's go do it. Hell yeah, bro. I always give the Southern accent, but it not just Southern people do, but I'm saying like that is a very manly, in my opinion, thing. I do hold it in high regard in that way. But just the fact that your sport shows that it has WWE rules, it can just take away. And it's like, who would want to follow a sport that did that? Like, wouldn't you force them to stop being able to do that? And then you could at least, pretend that it's all above board. But like the fact that there's still such a popular sport when that is allowed to do that, and this goes for any sport. Like, look at the NFL. All they do every year is more rules, more regulations, more time in the booth, more time in their little nobody look in here. We promise we're just looking over the play. We just need a big old sheet over our back. We're just looking at the play. We're getting the best angles, and we're talking to a bunch of random people who are at computer desks. It's like, it's just such a stupid system. And then, like, even MLB has that crap too, where calls can be overturned that are clearly wrong or whatever. But yeah, I mean, they make things up as they go. It's like, what you were talking about just reminds me of, back when I was a fan of sports and the first time Seattle was in the Super Bowl against the Steelers, and it was, widely considered the most rigged Super Bowl of all time because it was just like Seattle could do nothing right. It's like, not that it's above board, just playing devil's advocate here. It's like they could, they were getting flagged for the exact same thing that Pittsburgh was doing, and not to mention, it's just like the way they play things out. It's like Pittsburgh was always, was at that time with like Troy Polamalu and um, they were just considered like James Harrison and all them. They were considered like that dirtier, like tough defense, like that was like ruthless. And so when the ruthless team isn't getting penalized, what the fuck are you supposed to do? Holy shit, dude! When you're not even doing the thing as bad as the other team is, but you're getting it called for everything. And this is, like I said, playing devil's advocate. Obviously, Matt Hasselbeck that goes to overtime, and we're gonna get the ball back and we're gonna win. No,
Yeah.
you're not, and no, you didn't. You fucking what a shit show. Mark Martin, agree.
Yeah, it's so crazy how they even have, like WWE is on Sports Center now.
Mm-hmm.
Like they never had that. The way they're making everything so alike, like I brought up before how, like NASCAR is like football at playoffs now, and then it's becoming more manipulated. Football becoming more manipulated, more rules, just obviously more fake, more rigged. I mean, the WWE looks 10 times more real than the NFL. I mean, I'd rather watch WWE than watch football because at least it's, I don't know who might win and lose. I know who's winning in football. That's obvious. It's like, and then wrestling, they have to have the belt, and then football, they have to have the belt, and they have to show you the belt, and they got to have the championship. And they, um, like I said, WWF had become the WWE, and in football had to change the conference and the brackets, and NASCAR having the playoffs, and all these sports are just basically now one of the same, where they used to have their own identity and be their own thing, and now they're all becoming the one same thing, and it's just
Have you
becoming so everything's just becoming so fake. I mean, you look at Mahomes. I mean, his yards this year is he has what, 8 touchdowns and 9 interceptions, and they're undefeated. Like his stats suck. It's like, and this is the best team. It's so stupid. Like
And
I've
these are
never seen.
storylines too, because
Yeah,
when you have stuff like this, what this does is this gives ESPN something to talk about every freaking week that he's not stellar. They can say they can give rise to other parts of the team. And now just wait till playoffs come. Guess who's going to be stellar? Guess why nobody's going to be surprised when they win another Super Bowl? It's because they've told you all year that their team is so good that they're holding up their shitty quarterback, and now their shitty quarterback is playing like a Pro Bowler, and so who's going to stop them? Who's going to fucking
yep,
stop that combination now? So these are all like stupid storylines, and if at a time I was addicted to sports, not addicted. Well, yeah, I'll stop. You know, lessening things. I was addicted to sports in the way that took in way more Sports Center and like ESPN and cared about the outcomes way more than I should have. And when you realize the psychological manipulation that is Sports Center, that's what it is. And obviously it plays a big part in the betting, and I would say maybe the majority of the reason for it, the psychological manipulation is has to do with money and money moving, but then also just to be able to control the mindsets of huge swaths of people. It's like they know how a city is going to be feeling. A city, like a full city of people, they will know the on average how people are going to be feeling off the outcome of a damn game that's rigged. So it's like that kind of manipulation is powerful. And yeah, like you said, this you got this quarterback that's, absolute playing like dog shit, but the team can't be stopped. You got you got Wilford Brimley for the diabetes medication as your head coach. Um, just, when I think, they're all every just want to thank coach because, his game plan, he was out there pushing us all week. No, no, he wasn't. He was standing there, barely could breathe, barely could move. He's a huge fat fuck and he's old as hell. He's not out there pushing the absolute symbol of a god any further than you could have done. What you're going to do is more based on you than that idiot big fat loser could ever get out of you. This whole idea of the coaches being as important as they are, or people looking up to them, or full grown men like admiring them because they're just so above the other guy with this, like, it's like this, they are, oh yeah, football's so complicated. It's like chess, but then it's also spectacular. And look at how flashy it is too. Look at all the one-handed catches, and it's like, okay, I could just go on this crap forever. I can't believe people are so wrapped up in this as much as they are with as bad as it's gotten. And this isn't to, take away from the idea that I was addicted. I just admitted to it. It was not right for me to be at all. I was a dumb ass. I was stupid to think that, this deserved as much attention as I gave it, and as much space in my brain. But it's also just like 10 times worse, and still it's just is allowed to fly. And if anything's going to do it, you'd think it'd be something that people hold dear as much as sports in this country, but apparently they'd rather just kick on the cognitive dissonance to 11, rather than even just let it go. Like, rather than even just let this shit go and just deal with your life, and fuck it, dude, just go to the casino. Like, just do something that's at least like more fun, but still bad for you. That's not even happening. They still need this crap, even though it is the worst it's ever been and is only destined to be worse. It's just beyond it's beyond me.
Yeah, I don't know how anybody. I mean, it's amazing anybody can watch the NFL. Like I said, I mean, I understand people still watching WWE because it's 10 times more real. I mean, it's 10 times more real. You don't know who's going to win. I mean, with football, it's Mahomes and Taylor Swift, and that's all it's going to be. In NASCAR, now we're just going to come in and we're just going to manipulate it however we want, and we're going to get the desired outcomes, and you know we're just gonna, tell Christopher Bell to drive into the wall, and then we're gonna say he's DQ'd because he tried to wall ride. It's like, I mean, and all the people that watch this, and like I said, I think they're setting up for this week, um, for what's coming, and I think it's a test on people too,
Hmm.
because they want to test on people, and see how this goes. How much can we, manipulate it and come back and change it, and how much can we drag this out, and because I think Jeff Gordon was saying it took like 30 minutes when he was talking to William Byron, like they had to sit and think about like what the call was going to be, and who was going to make the final four, and um and then like I said, like what Jeff Gordon was saying, like how he was saying Daytona 500, they couldn't have scripted it any better.
Hmm.
Uh, and here it is, the 40th anniversary of Hendrick, and here we are again, and it's like, it's exactly what I said it was going to be, and it's amazing that I can sit there and I can call what's going to happen or who's going to be in the final four, and then this is how they're going to do it. They're just going to manipulate the statistics. Um, And if like I said, if they don't have something the way they want it, they're just going to DQ somebody, or they're going to make up a story, and they're just going to change the narrative just on a split second, on a split decision. And like I said, it's like the Damar Hamlin game where they just come in and, oh, the game's done and that's it. Get out of here. So they're the game like it never happened. It's kind of like the race today. It never happened, but it kind of did. It's kind of what they're getting at. It's um, sizing people up, and you know, like I said, I mean, who knows what's going to happen? And it's going to be interesting next week in the Final Four. If Byron wins it or what happens. But if Byron wins it, and I mean, you can just imagine what Jeff Gordon's going to be saying. What Jeff Gordon's probably going to. Who knows? He might just let the cat out of the bag at that point. But uh, or if it's Blaney or whatever. I mean, who knows? But yeah, that's my pick. It's gonna be one of those two, and I think it's gonna kind of depend how this week plays out too, and what happens. But um, Byron just just so interesting today that happens like that, and um, he's the only Hendrick driver, the only Chevy in the final four too, which is interesting.
Good old Chevy. Yeah, I mean, great point on the Damar Hamlin thing. I had to come to the front of my mind, but I forgot to mention it during my little rant there. But yeah, great point. It's another, obvious uh ritual that not only could they do it, but how are people going to react to it? Oh, they're going to keep pouring in for more? Fine. Okay. These fucking idiots. We'll just keep feeding it to them. Here's some more slop. Here's some more of the worst like drama crap that, worse than daytime TV. You want some more? It's like it almost makes me think that, because the fall of daytime TV is happening during the same time that like sports are becoming it. It's like I wonder where all these directors are going. Probably being hired by these sports teams to write these shitty scripts. It's like, oh, and let there be let there be a love interest in the stands, and she goes to every game, and Taylor Swift. It's just like it gets this girly, and let's have one of the biggest and most imposing males on the field, DK Metcalf, be one of the girliest, weird, hermaphroditical persons on the field. Let's have him talk weird. Let's have him talk like a effeminate man when he is literally, could crush any man with his hand, just one hand almost. Let's have him be weird. And it's just these agendas playing out. It's just like I wouldn't be surprised if all these daytime TV directors who are, losing their spots are going to the sports. They got to shuffle these things. Or, I'm saying this as a joke, but I'm actually kind of thinking about it now. There might be a correlation because a lot of these daytime TV programs are like nearing their end, which is like a crazy thing to think about because it's never been kind of they were never made to end. That's kind of like how they function is that they're constant. Like I remember when I was homeschooled, uh, and my mom, if I wanted to watch TV, I'd be watching what my mom watched. So I watched a lot of like shitty soap operas, like ABC soap operas, like General Hospital. These shows so bad, dude. I'm for all I know, they've affected me more than I know. But I'm hoping that they didn't get in too deep. But because they are just the stupidest shit ever. My mom was like addicted to them. Uh, but yeah, you see this like high drama that just is unnecessarily there. So I actually would not be surprised that the like shuffling of like Hollywood, people has to happen. It's like it's it's just because all you've directed up to this point is a soap opera doesn't mean it still makes you more qualified than getting a new person in that isn't initiated. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's like more validity to what I'm talking about. Like the reason why things are become so dramatic and like also infused with like I say like too much now, but also infused with this like weird human element that is not necessary. It's like it's pretty obvious to me the whether or not it's the off the field the off the field crap.
Yeah, and this is like another of these situations. Tonight, like I said, how you know it's just gonna it's gonna drag out on people's emotions because whether some of these people that were at this race, whether they've whether they voted or they didn't vote or they're still going to vote or you know whatever it's like at the same time it's like you would think in a situation like this people would just see the manipulation at hand and they would just see it like I mean, how many of these people are going to catch on from this race to what happens this week, and they're going to be able to say, "Hey, you know what? This is all the same thing. This whole thing is a facade. This whole thing is a show. This whole thing is staged. Like that's what should be happening here. Like especially with a situation like this, because I mean, and I like I said, how this I knew today's race was going to be big for this reason, and this is exactly what I was saying, and go figure, it's like now it's going to be like the most controversial call of all time or something, and and they're gonna ramp it up because they know they can get away with it, and then they can do it, so they're gonna do it. And like I said, whatever happens this week, it doesn't it doesn't matter because it's gonna be we got 76 days from November 5th to January 20th, inauguration day. And I mean, of course, November 5th, leaves 56 days left to go in the year, as well. And you look at the gematria, of the candidates. You got Donald John Trump, and obviously he equals 185, 68, 220, and 76.
Oops.
And Donald Trump equals 60, and 48, like Illuminati. It's interesting that this is the 60th election. Um, Trump also equals 88, 25, 47, and 29. Um, so obviously the 88, the 88 follows him around the podium everywhere he goes, always the 88, and he equals 47, and he's got the 45, 47 hat that he always wears. Um, And it was interesting too. I thought I saw tonight William Byron wearing a hat that said 47 on it. I swear he had like a hat on that said 47 on it or something. It was really weird. Um, I don't know what that was all about, but that's what it looked like he was wearing in the video I saw. I thought that was interesting.
Was it after or before the race?
I think it was after the race.
Oh,
It looked like it had a little like gray 47 on it or something when I seen him. It was weird. Um,
it's not giving me the.
it's
Oh,
like
it
right on.
does.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing. The 47, 47.
Liberty University. That's who sponsors him. Why in the hell is a university able to sponsor something that's bet on? What is going on? Also, just like the idea, liberty, like
Right.
the land of liberty, obviously, liberty, Statue of Liberty in New York, where Trump is from. Let's just try the LU. What's the LU? 33, 21 line Jesuit. Wonder what that 47 is all about. Let's go. Let's check out. Oh, the Liberty just won too. The WNBA. That's huh. Huh. Just looks like a cookie cutter online, like crappy high interest tuition. online thing. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything. Well, I can see where it does it have a forward operating place or is it all online? Okay. I just really want the address. They're in Lynchburg, Virginia. It's a fun name.
Yeah, and the race was Martinsville, Virginia. The race is at Martinsville, Virginia. That's kind of interesting. They're both in Virginia.
Oh, that's in Virginia? What the hell? Lynchburg, 47.
And the
Whoa.
one and the 110.
Hmm. I mean, this is a little off the wall. This is not to say that this is how gematria is necessarily supposed to be done, but there is these kind of things where you chase down these. It's not just nothing. It's not just nothing. There's a reason I just looked all this up. If you're paying attention in real time, I mean, the man has a Lynchburg, uh, Liberty University hat. You know, he's sponsored by them. Even right before this, to the very start. Look at the ritualism. What's he do? Okay, somebody is saying you're live. You know, they're banging the clapper, saying, act. Oh, check it! Everybody, take a look at my hat. Now what? Now what are we gonna do next? Let's get a nice close up. And just in case this audio is not coming through, guys, I do have it marked to come through. It just has not been translating. But either way, you don't need the audio for this. They're not saying anything special. We're trying to show you the images here. Um, I do plan on trying to work out the audio because it would be nice to play some videos that come through. But yeah. So I mean, the university itself is located in Virginia, where the race took place. Where he placed and apparently got enough points to put him into the top 4, correct? Or the last 4 or whatever?
Yeah, because he came in fifth, and then they DQ'd Bell, who made it on points, so
Mhm.
he got the spot. And he's got, like I said, that 47 on the hat. He drives the 24. Why'd there be a 47 on the hat like that? That's
I'm
so
looking
weird.
for it. It's founded in 1971, so it's not like it's 45 yeah, it's not 45 years later. So, yeah. Or not 45, sorry, 47. I don't know where the 47 really, pays any due other than maybe the name of where they're from. Let's do VA, like 52, 56. Interesting numbers for sure. I think Virginia is considered one of those swing states as well, if I'm not.
And Jeff Gordon equals
Oh,
102, and that's the car you know, the car he took over is for Jeff Gordon, the 24.
ooh, he's got some fun numbers. What is the other 100? Uh, no, I don't think this is. I can't remember what the other. Whatever. Hmm. Yeah, like you were saying, there's. I mean, apart from this, have you what all have you seen? As in, I mean, completely understand your point about the rigging, and this is gearing us up for what you're to expect, what we're to expect with this, the tomfoolery with the election. I mean, it's already started. I don't know if you heard about the whole thing that's already, they're saying it's already going to go to trial soon.
You
I think it was
mean,
Pennsylvania, where Biden's from, how they had like a bunch of um, hundreds, thousands of duplicate ballots, but they're saying it was anyway. They're saying they're not like ballots that are marked down for a candidate or anything, but they're like set to be potentially set to be used, even though they're duplicate ballots with fake addresses and stuff like that.
yeah, and I heard too, like I was saying that the majority of what they were saying the voters were supposedly women. So like I said, I don't know if that's true or not, but um, you know, it's interesting. You know, Donald, um, his middle name, it's like Kurt Donald Cobain. Um, it's interesting, and then you have or Donald is his first name, and then John is middle name. John equals 47
Mhm. Yep, that's
as well, and it's interesting too because like I said, you have Kamala too, you have Kamala Devi Harris, um, and she equals 152, 71, 280, 109, and then you have Kamala, Kamala equals 123 like conspiracy. It also equals 42 like Austin, like Jesuit.
also the very prominent, stamped on Black history, and for whatever you want to say about her, that's what she's been embroiled in, that you know in that world. Is she black, or how black is she? uh, first black, let's see, first black female. I've heard this said, oh, first black female president, just like her name. What do you know? Oh, 152 and 109, just like her name.
Yep.
I mean, this isn't me just typing in anything either. I've definitely seen this. If you type that in Google, you will get, I guarantee you will be inundated with headlines. So,
Yeah, and isn't her birthday the day Herbert Hoover died or whatever? So, or
absolutely.
yeah.
October
So yeah,
20th.
yeah. Then there's that Harris or Harrison president too that got in the mix there too. So you have all these connections. Um,
Yeah, the president between Grover Cleveland's terms
but
was James Harrison,
yeah.
and
So
the only person to have a split term was Grover Cleveland, and that's what Donald Trump is attempting to do. So, what Zach talks about a lot, and what I could see this play out. There's, like you said, there's still 70 some odd days, 78 today, before the changing of the guard. If at any point, which a lot of people forget, that early on in the, maybe not early on, but maybe 2 years into it or so, there was the changing of power. The power of the presidency was given to Kamala Harris for a few days or something like that, or a couple days, for some like trip Biden had to do, or some health thing that Biden had. So she's, by all technicalities, been given the power of the president during her term as vice president. So they made a big deal about it when it happened. So
yeah,
if that's the esoteric way they're going about this, then you could say that Kamala would have been president in between, Kamala with Biden, but during the same term, been president in between Donald Trump's terms.
yeah, and the fact, like I said, her birthday is the day Herbert Hoover dies, and he's
Mhm.
said that how the first one was going to become president, and how all accurate they have all of this. Her middle name, Debbie, is weird too. It's got the 40, the 22, the 68, the 23. Um, and then you have Harris. Harris is interesting. It's got the 73-37 reflection there, the 89 and the 44 like kill. Um, and then if you write out Kamala Harris, it equals 112, 49, 212, and 86. So she's got some really interesting gematria in her name. All of her names. And obviously, she just turned 60 years old,
Mhm.
and it's going to be the 60th election, just like Donald Trump equals 60. Um, and the big thing here too is, whoever takes office with the 119th Congress as well. That's going to be January 3rd for 2 years, 2025 to 2027, the 119th Congress. So, and they've already told you that this selection is going to be a 9/11, and the last one we had was equivalent to the World
Kind of
Trade Center bombing. This
Bill
one's going to be,
Maher, right? I think those were Bill Maher's remarks.
yeah, this one's going to be equivalent to 9/11 or worse than 9/11. And it's interesting too, when you look at um, like the voting process. Vote is interesting. Vote equals 62, 17 like kill. It's got the 19, the 46 like sacrifice. If you write out votes, it equals 81, 18, 54, 27. So you have a lot of ritual there.
Mhm.
If you write
Yeah,
out voted, it equals 21 like Jesuit, 24, and also equals 69 like Illuminati. It's got the 66 too. And then um, voting equals 33. Um, it's pretty interesting as well. And if you write out cast vote, people are going to cast votes like you're casting a spell. You're casting spells, you're casting a vote. Cast vote equals 105, 24, 111, and 48. And if you write out cast votes, it equals 124, 25, 119, and 56. Um, really interesting numbers. Uh, and of course, you write out inauguration, which is coming up January 20th, it equals 60. Really interesting because this is the 60th selection. So thought that's interesting. Inauguration equals 60. Um, election equals 83, 38,
Hmm.
133, and 43. And selection equals 102, 39, 141, and 51. So you got that reflection of 201 in there in the selection. But yeah, I thought it really is a real interesting selection because you have these two candidates and you have all this overlap in gematria. You have you
And look
know
at Super Tuesday and Illuminati.
yeah, and of course, like I said, it's on November 5th. November 5th, a significant date, leaving 56 days left to go in the year. Um, to me, it's like and it's kind of like the last selection we had too with Trump and Hillary in a way, but it's kind of different because it's like Hillary was someone who was kind of around for a long time and people knew who she was. She never won or became president or anything, but she was kind of a household name, and everyone knew her because she was you know Bill Clinton, obviously, and Bill Clinton was the president, so especially when I was born, so she was kind of always right there. But with Kamala, it's kind of different because she's just kind of stepping into the light. She doesn't really have any history built up. She's just kind of there, um, or coming into the picture at this time. And like I said, it's interesting because you have what that selection was 8 years ago to what this one is now. And now, like I said, it's kind of like obviously COVID was in the middle of all of this. So you have COVID in the middle of this. So that plays a huge factor. And it's like, so does Trump go 2-0, versus the women? Does he, sweep the women and go 2-0, or is it time for, the first woman president, the first female president? And like I said, it's weird too because I heard like I said, like the majority of voters were supposedly women. If that's true, who knows? But I mean, it's very strange how you rarely ever see like something line up as perfectly as this selection is lining up. And I think we're in for a week of something like we've never seen. I mean, I think it's going to be it's going to be something we've never uh maybe thought we were going to see maybe in our lifetime. But I don't think it's going to really come down to this week. I think it's going to be played out, like I said, through the 76 days till we get to January 20th, and who knows what's even going to come after that. Because I mean, we know they can bend rules and do whatever they want to do, however they want to do, whenever they want to do it. So it's not like you have, uh, it's not like they have to follow anything. Like people think that, oh well, we have this democracy and you got to do this and you got to do that. No, it's whatever they want it to be. It's whatever they want to do. I mean, uh, if they want a monkey as president, a monkey's going to be president. It doesn't matter. The
Whoa,
goldfish.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Obama was a lot of things, all right, but
Yeah.
chill.
Osama, that's what he was. He was Osama.
Mhm. Osama Hussein.
Yeah, and the big thing is, it's like, uh, like I was saying, all people don't, understand the candidates. They don't understand how this stuff works. I mean, all the presidents were related. They've all been related to King John Lackland, except for Martin Van Buren, and he became king in 1199. What a year, 1199, and at the age of 33. So you know people can think that these are just random people all they want, but
Born on
no, they're not.
Christmas Eve
Yeah, these
and
people
died
are
a
all,
day before Kamala's birthday.
yeah.
Well, and to that extent, also Herbert Hoover. Well, died a day before the day he died, the anniversary, on the anniversary, a day later.
Yeah, it's so amazing how people don't even realize this. They don't understand how all these people are literally the same exact bloodline. It's not even people that are just born for the role. No, it's literally people born into just one singular family. Like they don't understand Trump and Hillary are best friends and cousins. They think that there's some rivalry going on. It's no, it's what I mean. It's they had this stuff planned before we were ever born. I mean, they've all been selected. They've always, these people were selected before we were born, and that's why you have, that's why there's 56 signers on the Declaration of Independence. We never got free. We never were free. We never were going to be free. Um, that's why you have, May 1st, 1776, right before our nation's birthday, 7-4, you have the establishment of the Illuminati, you know. Um, and of course, the Jesuits been involved the whole time. Um, and you have, you have these, you have these,
And a my top 551, May 1st.
yeah,
But it's fake. It's not real. It doesn't even exist.
yeah,
There's just all this, documentation about it. Who cares? But what is real? 9/11. That all happened right before my eyes. You know what else is real? Like COVID. Like that I was watching everybody around me just drop dead. You know what else is real? It's just the list goes on. There's just but yeah. But Illuminati wasn't real. It's just a joke. It's just a funny joke that Hollywood spends millions and millions of dollars on just making jokes for you. They just love making jokes for you. Just for you. Just a big joke. Fucking losers. I mean, it's just that ego. It's just like what people don't realize it is like it's a deficiency. You have this ego that you it's the opposite effect in your own brain. In their own brain, they probably think that they are humble by thinking like something that, they would look at somebody who questions the Illuminati and understands and reveres the importance in what is going on in today's modern world and in history, and they would look at them like the crackpot, and they would consider like looking down upon someone like that as like a public service, like they're on the right side of history type of deal, when in all reality they are the reason for its lack of exposure. you know just buying, whatever, buying six umbrellas in a desert, being sold these ridiculous things that are, nigh on impossible to truly believe with any critical thought, is such a disservice to the rest of humanity, or the very small minority who at least are, working to expose these groups, and for better or for worse. That we cannot assume, we wouldn't want to assume worse, but it's like we also can't just do nothing assuming that it would be worse to find out about these things. Like, I don't understand people's mentality. How come no one wants to go to Antarctica? Like, how come there's not enough people that it's already started a thing? Like, how is it not a thing? I hate that I'm not the one to do it. I'm sorry, humanity. If I, in a different world, in a different way, I wish I could have been. But I mean, if this draws some sort of spark and away we go, yeah, dude, I'm all about it. But it's just, I'm not to be pessimistic about it. It's just, I don't think I'm going to be the captain of that of that voyage. That first voyage, as sad as that makes me. But I hope it still happens. I hope, eventually actual free thinking people get to step foot on that continent. Yeah, I would love that. I'd love it for it to be videotaped the entire time. So that for the first, I'd love for some real people with real ways of, you know, um, high altitude uh video of the whole world, just so we can see it from a free source, and not a forced, manipulated source. For all we know, it's like, yeah, I'm sure things are relatively close to what they have to give us. You know what I mean? So that there's going to be some obvious thing like Florida's shape is probably Florida shape. You know what I mean? Because everybody lives at the beaches of Florida. It's like things like that is not what I'm necessarily talking about. And I'm not talking about flat or not either. That'll be a whole nother episode guaranteed. But maybe not a whole episode, but talked about it eventually. But I could, I could care less about that. I would just want, the presentation of evidence, real true evidence, not like the only way we could ever see Earth from space is these ridiculous photos that change inexplicably. And we're just supposed to just take it. And, the moon is just an inert rock, but we're supposed to believe that, it's just so glittery that it reflects the sun like insanely, even though there's just no doubt about it that it has light. There's no doubt about it. The moon casts shadows, you know, very well. But and we got into it a little bit, I think, last episode about, look up at the night sky, and that bitch won't move if you beg it. Won't stop moving, and if you beg it to. There, the things up there are, you know, not explained thoroughly, correctly, or with the idea of free information. And I don't mean like free as in paid for. I mean like free, like unchained information. Do what you will with it. And um and I think the onus is on the human population to to go and get it. It's not ever just going to be given to us like, oh, here you go. This is what it's all about. You know, religion has always been this. Here, look, here's the documentation of what it is. This is what God means. This is what this means. Oh, we're all test tubes. I don't think they're ever going to just come out and tell us what the reality is, whatever it is. We're going to have to go in some ways find it. And to right now, we got to start chipping away. If we don't chip away and use what we have now, you know, our kids and grandkids are going to be the John Connors. This is as funny as it seems. And if you were to say this to somebody who, is 2 years into their college degree and they have, they already have a family clinic, a family job lined up, they're not going to buy this shit. And that's fine. Even though they're probably the best person, to have on your side are these people with, you know, who are tapped in already that could, help provide, resources to the cause, whatever. That's not the, at the end of the day, what gets you through to the next goal is not the resources of another. It's your own ingenuity, it's your own fervor, it's your own willpower, and more people need any amount of it. The fact that so many people have zero to where, they are just controlled sheep, it's really it's honestly sad. It's the last thing I want to see. It's the last thing I want to be talking about. It's the last thing I want to believe. um yeah, it's honestly disgusting, and not to be like call people disgusting necessarily, but like just the idea is disgusting. The fact that it's permeated so, far from, even just you look at like the reasons why the world would have changed back in the day was like, yeah, whole countries were being geo manipulated. You look at places like Germany for whatever you want to think about him. Oh, there was a bad man in Germany. He made all this happen, Well, look at Germany. Look at the landscape of Germany post World War 1 and 2. You know how many towns that you could never replace are gone, wiped off the map? You know how many, do you think every single German was was just such a fan of that mustache that they were just they all had it? They're all just on board with everything that was happening with their government. You think the people of Hamburg that had fire tornadoes set upon them, you think they were all just like they were all just these things are these are such obvious agendas that you would, but at the same time, the people of those days, that's what they were up against. What we're up against nowadays is the flu, the the common flu. Like, why are we so scared of the common flu? Back in the day, they were scared of being fire tornado bombed. Now we're more scared of a fake pandemic, an obviously contrived pandemic. Fake is going to trigger people and get all scientific. Oh, actually, the data shows, and honestly, coronavirus has been around a long time. It's this and this and this and that, and it's actually a variation of this. And shut the fuck up, dude. It's the flu. Nobody lived in fear of the flu, and it killed people every year. Even healthy people, every once in a while, you'd hear about it getting somebody because pneumonia is a real thing and other things like that. And, health triggers have always been a thing. There's always been anomalies, but to focus the world. And what's funny is I was, in doing some research for, one of our commenters or one of our subscribers, Gnostic Knowledge, I was looking into the RH negative blood type. And it's, through the little mini rabbit hole I went to, I found out that the inventors or the discoverers of this particular blood type, they were the ones that went on to pioneer the polio virus, or to find the polio to isolate the polio virus, and then which also gave rise to Jonas Salk and his polio vaccine. And if you look at polio, I know it's affected people. I know it has affected people. That whatever version of the polio virus has had an effect on human beings. I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that did the whole country need to be thrown into chaos thinking that everybody would get it? No. Swine flu? No. Avian flu? No. None of these things have required the amount of fear mongering that they've fed us. And the fact that nobody can see the cycles and nobody can remember and understand that the government is not, it's not our mom. They don't maternally love us. They don't like, they don't have this sense of responsibility towards us that we might think that they do. There is nothing in any constitution written anywhere that says your government in any capacity always has to make you vaccines that work for you. There's nothing about that. So why do we think that when they do, that they're out of the kindness of their heart? They just love us so much and they just don't want us to hurt. So they're just going to spend their own millions of dollars. No, that's not like that. They use our money to make us guinea pigs. And the fact that people don't trust their neighbor, but have such high regard towards megalomaniac, you know, what's the word? Narcissists. What's the thinking here?
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right. I mean, look at like the situation like that, what people don't even see that's like so obvious. Like go back to like 8 years ago, the last selection we just had. Like what day did that go down on? That was 11-9, right? Trump beats Hillary on 9/11, 11-9. Like these are the things like, I mean, we just keep talking about how much of this is like just directly this in your face, with everything, the sports, these selections, and just like you were saying, like the fact that people can't turn away from it. I mean, just look at, the presidency of Trump. I mean, it was the four worst years we've ever had, from 2017 to 2020. Obviously, 2020 was the worst. But look at, what happens in 2017. We have Operation Solar Shield by Harvard that comes out. Bill Gates, involved in that, behind that, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a big thing. A lot of people didn't really talk about the spraying. I know particularly, in Wisconsin where I was too, the spraying that year had gotten so bad. Like it was like May, right around like May or June of like 2012 or 2017. But I got like the worst like sunburn on my shoulders I've ever gotten. And it was crazy. Like, and I got the worst like sunburn. Like it was crazy because it was like literally like 50, 60 degrees outside, maybe like 60, but there was no sun. It was totally gray, no sun, and like my skin was burning and there was no sun. It wasn't even hot. And like I was really like burning. Like, I felt like I was on fire. So I know they were spraying or putting something out. I don't know what it was, but and I noticed too, like because like when I said 2017 when I moved to Seattle there in Washington, but like before I left and I was looking at the Wisconsin skies, like, and there was checkerboards, tic tac toe every day. The spraying had gotten so bad. I mean, the sky was literally, uh, if it wasn't gray, they were just completely blocking the sun. It was basically white. Like, you never used to see like just a white sky, but it would just be like just white. Um, and like I said, I don't know like what they did with the sun, how what they were affecting, like what I was even going through, like, because I had been outside and been working and, stuff like my whole life and like never got anything like that. It was just like ridiculous in 2017. And they stepped everything up huge since 2017, in my opinion. Obviously, another big thing going on with it was the online censorship, I mean, the online censorship just, and nobody talks about it, like how big that was. How much rights we lost, how much, because you go back to that time. I mean, it just felt like you'd watch Zach's videos, be getting 1 million plus views. You know what I mean? And it's like watching that back at the time. It just felt like we could do something. Like people were, involved in like what they've done to us since that time. Just just like where is everybody gone? And then, people just don't even look at, people like Trump. They don't even look at the basics. I mean, people don't even know. Like I said, Trump has a book out in 2000, um, where he's talking. It was the year before 9/11 happened. Um,
Mhm.
Talking about Bin Laden in the Bin Laden attacks before they ever happened. I mean, this is a book that he's telling you about 9/11 a year before it ever happens, published in 2000. I mean, showing you, proving you he's in on it, telling you what's happening. And, to really, bring it all together, you have the Trump 9/11, commercial with the sheep on pillars. Uh, Looking good, number nine, looking good.
Number 11.
Yeah. I mean,
Or oh, he just says looking good, number 9.
yeah,
But
looking good, number 9, looking good. I think he's just like gotta get that in there at the sheep on pillars. I mean, if you haven't seen that commercial, that is, if you can't tell you're being mocked, I mean, that is the ultimate mockery. I mean,
boom. Oops. Oh, no, that works. For once, the picture actually brought up a bigger picture. Who knew? It's a grainy picture, but I mean,
yeah,
I
I mean,
mean,
come on, got the
what are
book.
we even looking at here too? It's just like they're on, columns and he's standing in between the two columns. That's, a signature of a particular fraternal order. You got this like never-ending hallway type of, the shining hallway. Um, which is like whatever. Kind of like Alice in Wonderlandy. That those things have like occultic meanings, like the rabbit hole or the just goes on and on. But yeah, I mean, can't be any more blatant. His obviously his ties with New York are uh, over exemplified. That it's pushed into every facet of our understanding of the damn man, and he is New York. Like, then go pair that with his interview with Oprah about whether or not he'll be the president. Stupid shit like that. But I actually, I don't know if I've heard this one. One day we're told about a shadowy figure with no fixed address named Osama bin Laden is public enemy number one, and U.S. jet fires lay waste to his camp in Afghanistan. He escapes back under some rock, and a few news later cycles later, it's on to a new enemy and new crisis. Well, somebody was present for Amalgam Virgo. Somebody was present for this here counterterrorism scenario. Oh, I wonder what counterterrorism equals. Oh, what interesting numbers there. Probably a coincidence, though. So, is what it is. But yeah, I mean, when you also just understanding the the mockery with these simulations that they're doing, uh, I think real time. I found, I want to go back and actually, that's worth doing maybe even right now. Uh, the newest transition integrity project. Apparently, they had one, but then they also took it down off their website. Of course, the last one um, predicted Trump would lose and Biden would win narrowly, but then there, which would lead to turmoil in the Capitol. a la insurrection.
Yeah, another interesting thing to look at too is going back and look at the 2017 Economist cover magazine with Trump on the front.
Absolutely.
And that's huge too. Him on the American flag coiled up on top of the world. I mean, this to me really puts it all together too.
What the hell? SoundCloud. Let's see if I can find a big enough picture.
The judgment card, yeah.
Mm. I mean, and just obviously the joke. The joke is his name's Trump. There is literally a Trump card in tarot decks, but he's on the judgment card. And I mean, look, I mean, this is like The Economist. This is where this is like the the smartest minds of, financial minds all, weigh in and give their editorials to this, this circular, this rich people circular. 'Cause who the hell else would read the damn Economist? Obviously, it's very occultic, and there are reasons to read this crap because they're, you know, playing out bullshit that does affect you. But I mean, when you look at what they like to put on their covers, it's just like this isn't some like, it's not a picture of a stag and like, a bank vault, and it's just like The Economist, something like your grant you would find some like weird bank statement of your, great grandfathers. This isn't what this is, but this is like some weird esoteric thing that's, what better way to show, hey, we're esoteric than to put it on the damn cover? What about the other economist cover? If I could type. This was Israel, Palestine. No, that might not be a very good way of pointing that out. I mean, this one was let's just do cover and see if it pops up. I bet. I mean, this would be one thing to just go through these two.
Yeah, because I know that like the 2000 like 14, 15, 16, there was like always people on the cover, and it was a much different looking cover than
Mhm.
what showed in 2017 with what they showed. And it was a really big deal at the time for people that, because this was like, because they come out with it like at the end of like 2016ish, because they'd always come out like the year before, so like at the very end of the year. So it's like that was like probably right after Trump won this election, ever that they came out with that or whatever. So that was kind of coming out the very start of 2017. So you look at where we are to now, like how many things in the cards have happened, have come to pass. You know what I mean? Like they told you their plans, they showed them to you, and this is another perfect example right here. And people could look at it, not even see anything, but I
What are
mean,
the odds you find a Alice in Wonderland down the rabbit hole picture? Shit like that happens way too often.
yeah,
I swear there was one that was like, oh, here it is. Yep, here it is. A rough guide to hell. Wow, that's buried. What the hell? Like that's mega buried. Like this should be like way up there. You would think. Should be a big picture. But it shows Israel flying in against Hamas. And what year was this? I mean, they've been threatening this for a long time, so people would say that, but you know, 2012. Okay, it's a bit early. It's just like the it shows India and China, leading the global warming slash carbon footprint index as they are because they both as both of their economies have said, yeah, fuck all that dumb shit. We're just gonna keep ramping it up while you guys play nice over there. We're just gonna keep going harder, and you got to realize we're all in bed together. So it's not like the ripples felt by China and India aren't felt the way I see it is like the rulers also want somewhere to live when they come out of their bunkers after the nuclear holocaust or whatever is coming for us. So it's like rather than have everywhere be China and India, they'll be, they're gonna China and India is gonna take another decade or so to even out to for for Earth to bounce back. But in the meantime, they have America and they have Canada and they have all these places that were so green. We got all these green, you can't your carbon footprint, your what a stupid world to live in. Imagine being born for this shit, bro. This sucks. It sucks, dude. No other way to put it. I never noticed this little guy down here. I wonder who he is. He's like a Where's Waldo.
Yeah, there's a lot in that picture.
He's this little guy with a weird little list. He's obviously Jewish. There's one thing I can figure out about him. Shows the Hacker Center. Interesting, interesting. Honestly, looks like mud or sand. It's like kind of taken over. Of course, they
Yeah,
show Mount Olympus falling.
thought that's interesting too.
Yeah, yeah, the Olympus Has Fallen movie with Gerard Butler about the fall of you know Washington D.C. or the Capitol, which is what this is. This is in one picture, and then it's showing the volcanic eruption too. And then they also show Buckingham Palace. Seems to be fine. Seems to be doing just fine over there.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't notice. When you pay more details, you're thinking about what would be the purpose of these things. They're not drawing them for no reason. It's not just like, oh, do whatever you want. There's a reason that Buckingham Palace is just chilling over there. Meanwhile, the nation's capital and shows Mount Olympus. The fall of Rome. Got Rome on the Potomac. It's even kind of like shown here.
Yeah.
Which is funny because it shows them dumping the British journalists off into the slough over here, meanwhile showing Britain in all its glory. So it's almost like they're writing the joke and delivering it through British journalists to like do to themselves. It's almost like the British journalists, or not to say The Economist is a British publication, but it's anyway. It's multilateral. It's The Economist is not like just American by any means.
Yeah,
Hmm.
the Economist cover is like this. I don't think I've seen this cover before.
Really?
Maybe I haven't. I just didn't. I never looked this hard at it, but
This is one of like the ones like the one you brought up is another great one because it's like they're like you said they're not so they probably are esoteric things you can look into about these covers, like even some of the tamer ones. But this one is, look at this thing. This is not, this is not the standard economist status quo.
Yeah, like I said, like the years before, it had people on it every time,
Hmm.
like 2014, 15, they all kind of look the same. It's just different people, different. But then all of a sudden in 2017, it completely changed to that, and it was like just the biggest deal at the time because of what it was showing.
Yeah, I mean it's very um, cookie cutter, like shitty Time magazine versions. But what have they got Putin thinking about? Free trial. How about you suck a fat one? Wait, did I just have to download it? That's probably what he's thinking about. I had to guess that and like a tiger. Throw a tiger in here and like a bear, and then
Yeah,
his dogs. I don't think he's that inhuman. He still loves animals. Just hates all of us. It's fine. I get it. Hmm. It's just like what is it like a printing press?
yeah, that's interesting. I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah, propaganda. Yeah, I get it.
Hmm.
I mean, this would be interesting to go. Dedicate an hour to go through some of the fun ones. But yeah, you bring up a great point. Planet Trump, just for posterity.
Yeah,
48.
there you go. 60.
Yep, just like his name, right?
Yep.
What a coincidence.
Yeah.
That title has nothing to do with anything. It's economist 56.
And just
Yeah.
the fact he wears the mega hat with the 45, 47 on it, like I said, I mean, it's
Mhm.
just people don't look at anything. I mean, and like I said, I just like you go back to 2017 to 2020. I mean, it was just the worst 4 years ever. I mean, and the thing he only had 4 years. I mean, every other president I've had, Bill Clinton. I mean, there was 8 years of him. I was there for almost all that. Um, George Bush, 8 years of that. Obama was 8 years of that, and then it was like Trump was like 4 years, but it was like completely,
Condensed.
yeah, condensed and just nothing like what you've seen before. I mean, um, and like you said, just condensed and just like the world just fell out. Like it's just like everything became condensed and like just like the world, like there's just been this falling out ever since. And we're just in like this basically this 2020 fallout, this COVID fallout. Living in this world now, and uh how nothing's just been the same. That's pretty much the way I see it. And it's like uh and who knows, like I said, what's gonna happen, but you look at uh like I said, they had our own military going out to our own people and shooting rubber bullets and beanbags to get inside your house. I mean, in Minnesota and other places that was going on. And um you know you, you just saw like things that like it should have been on right then and there. Like I said, that should have been the revolution. We should have been, it should have been up right there. That should have been it. And now we've, it's almost been another 5 years, You don't know what they're going to do, but you have to look at what they've already done. I mean, uh, you said Portland, it's getting boarded up. I don't know what's,
Mhm.
I don't really around here. It's just been kind of weird. It's just been kind of what you would expect, but I mean, I personally, I see things kind of getting, like I said, just dragged out. I think they're just gonna, they're gonna make chaos out of this. It's not gonna be straightforward. It's not gonna be simple, and you can already see it. And um, I mean, I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's gonna be something we've never seen. And with the 9/11, them telling you it's gonna be a 9/11. I think a lot of people are gonna get distracted and not look at, like people are so concerned with this attitude of, oh well, it's just going to be over after November 5th. No, November 5th is the start. It's just
Mhm.
beginning. This is where we are entering this time. And um I think a lot of people don't see that. I think a lot of people are being fooled. They're going to think, oh, this election has got to pass and then we're good. No, it's now it's on. Here it is. Here it comes. And I don't know if there's going to be, we like you said with disease X, is that the direction they're going to go? Is it going to be disease X? Is it going to be, um, lockdown 2025? Is there going to be? Are we going to see the grid go down? Are we going to see, um, cyber attacks? Or we've already seen cyber attacks, but are they going to hit the banks? Is the grid go down? Are we going to? Is that coming this winter? I mean, you have to
Usher
wonder.
in the digital currency age and because, they'll do it all in the name of safety, right? They use
Right.
fear to make us run to safety, and the safety is with their, you can't mess with our encrypted currency. Nobody can mess with that.
Yeah, I mean, because at some point, I mean, obviously, it's like, how do they usher it in? I think that's how you do it. I mean, and like I said, I mean, if you want to push something or you want to do something, I always say like the best time to do it is winter because, it's cold, it's hard to get by, and they're saying it's going to be a cold winter out here. Obviously they're going to make it cold, but it's going to be crazy. I mean, I don't see things looking the same. Um, by the time like February 1st, but like 3 months from now or less than 3 months, I think things look completely different. I think we're going to go through a huge, change, a transition. By the time April rolls around, I mean, things are going to be completely different. Summer, it's who knows where we are. And I mean, I think we're on the verge of great change, but it's also, you know, we're getting so deep in the game. We're getting so deep in the game, and the game has been going on for such a long time. And you know you go back and you look at well, how so what's going to happen here? It's like like I said, I look at them bending the rules and continuously bending rules and in manipulating things and in making things as ridiculous as possible. I don't think we're definitely not living in traditional times. And um when you have it's like I said, you go back 4 years ago, in 2020, who's Trump have on the screen laughing at you? It's Bill Gates. Bill
Mhm.
Gates is laughing at your face. Not until we have a vaccine. Uh, the way they went about it all. Uh, you know, like I said, sending our own military to shoot at our own people to get back in your house, rubber bullets and bean bags. The destruction that ensued. Um, the riots, the chaos, the insanity. Um, it's like we are saying how people don't even drive the same no more. It's not even the same outside anymore. People are in a completely different, mind state. They've disrupted things, but they haven't. People needed to step up after it happened. And that's just where people haven't. And that's why something's going to have to give and something's going to have to happen. And then people out of there, they're going to have to get angry enough, frustrated enough, mad enough to want to do something. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know what event it's going to be. I mean, it's like I said, they're trying to push right now to get us over the cliff. I mean, uh, I mean, like I said, I mean, what's the internet even going to be next year with AI? You
Mhm.
know, it's going to be 80% bots in the chat and like 20% people. There's going to be like there's going to be no people anymore. You know, AI and bots, and AI is going to just be running everything. So you also have to deal with this takeover that's happening because there's no way that things can continuous like I say, continue on for much longer. But you know with Klaus Schwab saying you're going to own nothing and be happy, you got all the people on the stage to make it happen. You got mega, the highest degree of the satanic church. You have um Kamala, for the women, or whatever is going on there. So um
Well, I mean, you think of the Satanic Church, and they, venerate Baphomet, which is male and female, and for only the second time in our country's history do we have a male and a female running against each other. And one is obviously running on MAGA, the highest degree of the Satanic Church, and he's running on a platform previously ran on by Ronald Reagan, who was an actor like him, and uh, has pictures like this where he is doing the same symbol as the Baphomet, and you see the star on the Baphomet. He has a star on the Walk of Fame, just like Donald Trump. Uh, Married a model, an actress, just like Donald Trump. Oh, I'm talking about Ivana, and then he married. As far as I know, uh, Melania is just a model, but maybe she did do some acting in some like JFK um, reproduction or whatever that they call those, reenactment, which is like weird in its own right. He's now running, with Robert Kennedy as a supporter, just like I always thought it was funny too, just like how the name Kennedy spurs on like not negative sentiment. To me, I was like, I can't hear anything but negative like, why would I trust a Kennedy? Like, I don't understand where's the validity in trusting any Kennedy or whatever. But you bring up a lot of good points, and yeah, I mean, I guess to leave it at maybe even just some meat, something that people can maybe try to hold us to. If you were to, based on what you are seeing happening and the trends and everything, and even the gematria, which I can actually maybe even add a little bit because oh my god, all these ads. Kamala has some interesting things. Uh, is it her name? No, it's just okay. President Kamala. No, it's President Harris. Oops. President Harris, 222. Vice President Harris, 222. Uh, Real quick, let me. I guess maybe I just have the list already. Wait, yeah, I already have the list. Oh! Um, you have Vice President Harris, 222. President Harris, 222. President Kamala Harris, 222. Order out of chaos, 222. Um, there was another one I came across too. Oh, okay. That's right. That's right. Uh, so let's see. I typed in like, yeah, Kamala Harris, February 22nd. She made a appearance on February 22nd, 222, for on the fight for reproductive freedoms. Reproductive freedom, 222. I mean, the similarities with Vice President Harris is, pretty obvious there. But like I had listed there, order out of chaos being uh the motto at the 33rd degree of Masons, Freemasons, and they share that motto, written, for the Scottish Rite by Jesuit priests, uh, Ordo ab Chao. But yeah, it signifies their being there to pick up the pieces and rebuild and have, they give it like a positive spin, like, they're gonna be there to rebuild the world type of stuff. But we you would never want to hear this from your rulers. Like, if you see these kind of mentality out of your rulers, you cannot assume good. If you assume good, just keep eating the slop. Just, keep burying your head in the trough and shut the fuck up. That, in my opinion, just like, don't make yourself, bigger than you should be. Stay in your little corner in the shadows and never make yourself known, because it's just a waste at that point. Unless you're, yeah, you're just dragging us all down with that mentality. This once again, this idea that government owes us anything or is out for our best interest, when it's never been recorded that that is what they're supposed to do. They're very specific in what constitutionally the government is supposed to do for us. The Constitution was written under the guise that a human being just like us has the potential to hold office. Not once has that happened. Not one time has a normal human being, not a Manchurian person that was always meant to be there with the right connections, with the right bloodline and the right, you know, last name and date of birth. Not once has that happened, except for maybe Martin Van Buren. I have to look into this guy. he might have been the homie for us,
Here's the one
honestly.
hope. Here's the one hope.
Just imagine that. Martin Van Buren. Nobody would even know that name. He was
Yeah.
our one hope. That'd be some good merch. Maybe that'll be some merch one day. My only president was Martin Van Buren.
Yeah, he
His
just snuck
name,
in. He just snuck in there and got in there.
yeah. Oh yeah. He had some dirt on all of them. He was like, "I'll expose your asses if you don't let me go play with the launch codes. I want." Anyway. But yeah, I mean, this is a so back to my question. Who do you think come 2 days from now is going to be either named president or argued? What's your prediction? Because you're right. I don't think whoever's named president, it'll just end with that one way or the other. But
Yeah. Um, you know, and kind of it's like back in like 2016, I kind of felt somewhat the same way now in some way, because it felt like um you know d- to me it was like, because it's weird how Trump has been, he's been this guy that's been around since 2015, just ever since he announced he's gonna be, enter this, clown show he's been a part of. And we've been dealing with this for almost a decade now, of him being around. And
Mhm.
it was obvious when he came around, just you could see what was happening. And and now you have, we're so much further in the agenda. But um we had him, like I said, for 4 years, and it was just, and now it's like, to me it's not like he's ever not been the president, though. Like, since he's, especially after Obama, since 2017, to me he's been the only president. Like, I don't feel like there's even a Joe Biden, so to speak, because it's like Joe Biden to me is like kind of like this nobody. It's not, he's just in the background being an actor, being a clown,
We
and
talk
then
more about what Donald Trump either did or didn't do than what he did or didn't do. For
yeah.
4 years, we've been putting up with this garbage. Hear me out. Hear me out. It's just like, bro, what is happening? Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I don't even feel like we've even had another president. I just feel like it's been Trump, and he's still the president. Obviously, he is because it's all a show. So to me, it's like you know the Kamala thing is interesting, and I think it's gonna be interesting to see what happens tomorrow. Like I said, with um, that Chiefs game, and what kind of comes out of this NASCAR deal, and what happens on Sunday with that as well. And like I said, that Chiefs game tomorrow is gonna be interesting. And I think you know, to me, it's like it seems like, yeah, obviously there's like way more Trump people and mega people than there is Kamala people. But like I said, it's like, it's kind of the same thing in 2017 where, I kind of was thinking it was going to be Trump for that reason. But, it's like, I kind of feel that way. But then there's like, the only thing I'm questioning, it's like, well, is there, things could be a bit more unexpected than we think. Maybe they're thinking, with Trump, we're going to do this, he's going to get in there. And then if Trump is the president, well, we're probably going to get, an assassination or something, or we're going to get another one, we're going to get a fourth, a fifth, we're going to get 100 of them because they're just going to keep coming. They're just going to keep doing it. Right. Because they know they can do it. So I feel like, it may be with Trump, if Trump does become president, would there be more push to take the guns for that reason? Would he be the one to take the guns? I think they could go that route with Trump if Trump does win or does go in. Um, More so with Kamala, I think like with Kamala, we might actually get if Kamala gets in there, I think we might actually get more of the push possibly for um, maybe things might be like all right for a little bit, and then we get the cyber attack, the grid goes down type deal, um, or maybe we get a natural disaster or something, or a bunch of natural disasters, something like that. It's going to be something else, and then maybe that's going to be the push for the digital currency or something. It's kind of like what do they want to do because they can have anybody like I said, I mean, if they want to do, if Trump's going to, just keep supposedly getting assassinated, they can just go that route. If they want to, put Kamala in for the women and then get that movement going. Um, and like I was saying, how like how AI and like sex bots and all that stuff's going to be taken over, like in 2025 and next year, there's going to be all this technology emerging. There's going to be, this, the new phase of the agenda, the new trend. Um, and things are only going to get crazier. So, I mean, I mean, to me, it's like if this was a real honest vote, like a count, it's obviously to me Trump, but to me, it comes down to, you know, like I said, too, it's weird how they said, the majority of voters were supposedly, like women too, if that's even true. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not, but whatever,
I
if
could
it's,
believe it.
yeah, I mean, because if that's true, then maybe Kamala, and like I said, I mean, obviously it's already predetermined anyways. It's it's just whatever way they want to go with it.
Mhm.
Um, it's just like the NASCAR race today. I mean, Byron's going to be in there, whether he's in there or not. He's going to be in there. If we got to DQ somebody, we'll do it. And that's what you got today. So I just think personally, it's going to be dragged out. I mean, I don't. They may not even announce who won on the 5th. They might drag it out till
Mhm.
a week till the NASCAR race, and then Byron wins a championship, and then Kamala's the president or Trump's the president. Something like that. It could be, or they could draw it out, and they could wait till January 20th to make a decision. They could drag this out till inauguration day, and then something could happen. So, or maybe we get whoever wins, and then after that we're going to get all this turmoil from obviously the 76 days there, and then you're going to get whatever comes out of it going into next year. You know, Either way, I mean, it's not going to be a smooth transition. Like for people like me and you, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, you said Portland's getting boarded up. I don't know what's about to happen here in other places, but I mean, they're pushing for the Civil War. I don't really buy the Civil War narrative, but I mean, is it going to be kind of like the 2020 route? Like if it's going to be a 9/11, it's going to be. I think it's going to be worse, way worse than 9/11. I think it's going to be something kind of like COVID related. I think it's going to be, like I said, if it's not disease X, it's going to be, you know, something because they have to, they have to keep moving the bar up and hit you with something new. I mean, that's just kind of what I see. You know, and it's hard to say, like, you know, they might just have things go pretty smoothly just because they're going to just, drop the grid or cyber attack or they got something else going. So they can go be like, oh, just kind of let that go for a month. We got them, it could be kind of like that right now. I mean, and them saying what kind of, it's going to be a cold winter. I'm looking for them to take advantage of that. I mean, it's hard to say what's going to happen out here, but
I mean, winter is are have always been great excuses to highlight poor infrastructure,
yep,
especially with the power grid. Like that's
yep,
always a problem. Every single winter, you're hearing about cities and states in America that are affected very poorly by some storm that rolls in. I mean, even think about what was it last year or the year before? Did L.A. Los Angeles had, like, how many feet of snow? Like, somewhere that, like, never gets snow. They literally got, like, more snow than I've seen in Oregon in years, all in, like, 2 days. Completely screwed them over. And then subsequently, they had insane flooding too, because they were in a drought. Like, they had been in a drought all summer, and then that much snow melt and rainfall and precipitation, they flooded. It's just like, even something like that too, like, how random is that? Like, we really, as a nation, we just bought that, right? Like, LA has more snow than the East Coast. Okay. Yeah, that's normal. I can tell you that's not. To think that there wasn't, weather manipulation for that is ridiculous.
yeah, and another thing, it's interesting too is if there's, if Trump does win, another thing I think too is interesting. It's like because we know Republicans are always war candidates. It's
Mhm.
always war with
Trope.
Republicans. You have, Bush would, and then you had, you know, what Trump did there in 2017 with COVID. The war on, cooties. So it's pretty basically the same thing. It's just it's gotten worse, and now you have this situation. So it's like I was saying, it's if Trump does, we could see World War III. I mean, or we could see some kind of war or something escalate, or it could something be with guns or. I mean, to me, it's like you know, and then if like it's Kamala, you know, what's really going to happen? Like we're saying too, like if Biden dies, because Biden could die, that could
Mhm.
happen in here, or something could happen with Biden. Um, and then like if she became like that's what I mean. Like, would this be like how are they going to play this out? Is really what I think. I really think it comes down to like January 20th. I think because you get to January 20th, where are we by then? And and if things aren't resolved, I mean, we got to be in some kind of crazy chaos. I mean, like I said, I'm not really like I don't know the whole Civil War thing. I'm not really seeing it, but um, I think it's going to be like I said. I mean, they got people riled up. They're riling them up right now. I mean, you have to be riled up. I mean, if you haven't watched, the NASCAR race or NFL lately or wrestling, I mean, it's got to have you riled up. It's like uh, they're trying to get a rise out of people. So there's obviously something to me. They're signaling that's coming. They're obviously making this push. It's very obvious right now. I mean, it's never been more deliberate, and it does feel like the walls are closing in, and you know, eh, and then we're kind of stuck. We're stuck. Our backs against the wall. Backs against the wall. The walls are closing in. We know it's only time for like I said, I don't feel like we have another 19 years or another
Mhm.
14, 15 years for another 19-year cycle. Um, And the biggest thing, like I said, you have mega, the highest degree of the satanic church. You have what Klaus Schwab saying you're going to own nothing and be happy. I mean, whoever, if this goes through to January of 2029, that'll be the next selection or the next inauguration day if there is one, or if we make it that far.
Hmm.
So, you have to look at this as, basically going to take us to Agenda 2030. So, this basically takes you there. And, you know, I just think we're at the critical time. I mean, I think we're at like the pinnacle critical mass of time, because I just think something eventually has to give, and I think we're going to find out pretty soon what it is. Um, at least in my opinion. Um, I'm not sure what you think is going to happen, but
Well, one one of the only deciding factors I think that I have noticed for this is that I mean, you look at Mexico, you look at Germany, you look at all these nations that have female elected officials and presidents, and in order for us to keep up appearances and to keep the the idea, because I think what a lot of it comes down to is who's needing to be appeased the most. To fit our agenda is going to happen, but in the meantime, we also need to at least try to appease the majority. Now, I know that might sound like you'd want to appease the Trump people, but I think what they're feeding you is that the left is unhinged. Like as crazy as you think Trump people are, there's not been a single Harris assassination attempt. So the media says, and obviously every attempt on Donald Trump's fake attempt has been by some insane loony leftist, according to them. You know what I mean? And so from the outside looking in, I know appearances would say that you appease the majority, which is, I think, pretty obviously people more on board for Trump. This is no endorsement. This is just from what I've seen. Like they can't. I'm in a liberal city, so I do see Harris Wall's stupid flags in people's yard and stuff like that. But like the
I see
representation,
more Trump too. I see more Trump too around
and
here.
that's pretty crazy. Being in, I guess different places in Washington have different opinions, but you're pretty close to Seattle. But I'm in as liberal as the city as it gets, and I still see what I don't see in Trump flags and in front lawns. I see in you know flags bigger than the American flag streaming from people's trucks as they drive by honking. So there's a difference in types of people. But what I do think is that they would appease the leftists. And why I think that is because the idea being is that the average person who would vote for Trump isn't crazy. They are moderate people. They just want like changes to taxes and money stuff. So they're not going to go out and riot. So I do see it's tough. It's honestly tough, and I don't pretend to be anyone who cares about this necessarily, or what they're gonna do. They already know they're gonna do it, and they have, it's one of two things. And like you were kind of pointing out, I think at the end of the day, they could end up using Trump to take away our guns. That would be the slap in the face. Is that, oh, we got Trump? Hell yeah! Feds show up. Months later, you have Joe Biden's incoherent ramblings about what a gun, about what an AR-15 is, but then you got Trump, laying it out right clear for you. We just can't do this anymore. People, I know, but we just can't do this anymore. And just trying to give some like crappy heartfelt speech to where you have a meeting of like financial district with the I guess the Hollywood district, the red light district, where you get the leftists being on board with some of his things, his policies, because they fit into their agenda. Like him holding up a LGBTQ for Trump. Who saw that coming? It's like, yeah, you want every single vote and politicians lie, of course. But think about think about that. Would you alienate your obvious majority if you really wanted votes? Would you alienate your obvious majority in order to get the vote of the LGBTQ people, which is obviously minority? Yeah, I mean, it might represent a larger amount of people who are behind the idea, but I mean, the amount of people who are actually LGBTQ or whatever, yeah, it might be a large number of people, but you're going to risk the majority of people that are like diehard your fans? Like that not that's a stupid campaign move unless you already know something or it's already going to be a certain way. Like why risk that? And so so in my opinion, I think it's easier to control a Kamala victory because the Trumpers aren't going to be the ones rioting. So like truly rioting. Um Then again, I haven't seen Antifa out in a while. They might have something. They might, there might be a full military. They might have the actual mercs come out next time we see Antifa, and we just think they're the jokes that were out for 2016 or 2020 even. Just wait until they're, the mercenaries that are going to be replacing our military in order to in um martial law and all that good stuff. I truly don't believe it will be mainly our American born, military regular people that sign up to the military that are going to be the ones that crack down on the American people. Even though it was just kind of introduced into law, the precedent wasn't. I think Zach just covered this. And what I should have got on his stream, because what I noticed about that is he was so skeptical about this particular law that allows the military to defend itself, so on quote unquote. Now I agree with him. That is a lie, that because RFK said that Biden was militarizing the against the American people. Yes, that is a lie. That is an actual lie. And yes, the bill was for this particular thing. But what Zach I has to know about is the precedent of a bill. The fact that there's a bill now that is targeting military's involvement with citizens, that opens the precedent for that to be expanded and amended to be something more like what RFK is saying. Like all it takes now is for the military to define what their defense was. What was the group of people they were defending themselves? What were they doing? Were they insurrectionists, quote unquote? Were they, it talks about mobs. What constitutes a mob of American citizens? Does it require weaponry or just wanting answers? So say you are a mob of people that is unarmed and you pull up on the state capitol building, is that a mob that the military can deal with? Is that the definition? These are where, oh, they'll shoot first and then they'll say, "Oh, loss of life, this is going to court." Well, look at now. Any mobs that get together and breach the Capitol buildings, can be shot. That sets the precedent that a military officer of America can shoot an American citizen. To me, it's simple. To me, I can see that if not every law is the final evolution of that law. These laws are required for them to have a precedent in court so that they can add that law later down the line. This happens all the time. I think back to like certain things like people suing Starbucks all the time for like all those little things. Well, these weird precedents actually work against you, the consumer, because now there's all sorts of laws that don't require um like these places to um divulge certain details, because there's like because through the law there's been like back and forth. It's like, yes, the defendant is awarded their case, they won. You won $3 million for getting peanut butter, you know, in your coffee that you didn't want peanut butter from. But now there's like these back end laws that, because an institution took such a large hit for something that is, honestly mundane. It is honestly mundane. Anybody that thinks they are owed $3 million for that is ridiculous, but they let that go so that this back end law can say, from here on out, though, here's how it's going to go. And that hurts everybody else, in the future. That's how these precedent laws and precedents are always set. Just like certain things about how, like, um, OJ got acquitted. That was because, like, some other law set a precedent for this, or maybe OJ thing was setting a precedent. And now it's even harder to get, a potential, in your real life case, they use this fake drama case to set the precedent for what's going to happen, moving forward. If when a real murderer or something is terrorizing American citizens, well, they're getting off because of this precedent sent back in the day. And because a cop yelled a racist thing. Well, I'm sorry, they're not killing cops, they were killing me. So why does a cop yelling something racist get that person off who was killing me? But there's the precedent. There's a breach of, duty by the police officers to uphold, the rights of both the victim and the assailant. So anyway, this is long winded, but my point behind that is just like, I'll just, I think Kamala. I think it's been too long, and it's like, yeah, we have all these senators, but look at who they are. Like Nancy Pelosi. It's like, if we're gonna put somebody on our world stage to represent America, it's who are the women we have to choose from? Nancy Pelosi. Uh, ugh. I mean, obviously they do that thing where it's like the attractive ones are Republicans always, and then oh yeah, the Chicago mayor lady, Lori Lightfoot. She's like, what am I looking at? Holy shit,
Yeah.
he looks like a burnt shoe. What is that? I don't say burnt in a me in that kind of way. I mean, even like, geez, Jesus Christ. But like they love doing that. It's theater. It's political theater. It's just theater anyway. But yeah, I think we're overdue for the female, and I think they'll do whatever they can. And if there is what uh what you mentioned earlier, I think is a great point with the Damar Hamlin thing. How they had, you know, tens of thousands of people just file out of the stadium, nice and peaceful. Oh, we're just raucous NFL fans, but when it comes to that poor boy collapsing all fake like he did, we should just all get in our cars and go hit traffic and not get a refund and not get, if we had bets on the game, oh well, we should all just be okay with it. And they were. So I think this would be a nice litmus test for the American people to see if, oh, are the right going to riot? Are they going to actually, they say that insurrection happened. I think both me and you both know that that was staged from the start to the finish, that there was probably 10% real people involved in that.
Yeah.
And none of those 10% were on that stairwell where what's her face didn't get shot and she was faking the entire time. And it's just, oh, it just can't people open their eyes. But yeah, I'd say I think Kamala, just based on the possibilities moving forward and what they need in there in order to, keep the agenda pushing.
Yeah, because it's interesting because with Kamala, it's I mean, obviously the votes are an illusion. The voting is an illusion, so it's all whatever it's going to be. And what's interesting is um like it's like with Kamala too. Is that would that be make it more like easy for them to go maybe like the digital currency route and maybe get that going or something. That's kind of what I'm seeing here too. If they go the Kamala route, like what is she gonna like usher in or help usher in or do? You know, maybe with her they can get, they can be more flexible with the agenda. Uh, it creates a whole new dynamic, which is exactly what I agree with you about, um, in those regards. And like I said, I mean, if you're gonna own nothing and be happy, and if you're gonna, and we're gonna just get to this marker, and this is gonna happen. I mean, like I said, this is, like I said, gonna go to January 2029. So, um, the next inauguration day is, that far away. So this is gonna take us to that mark, basically. So what are we looking at? I mean, like I said, I like the Kamala route for that reason too, because who knows? Maybe she, like you said, uh, she gets a second term, or there's another woman that gets a term after that, and then there's just all these women that are in there. I mean, or you could have, you know, eh, like I said, if they can just bend the rules. I mean, they can just make it whatever they want to make it, and then just go in and say, oh no, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. So I mean, I kind of feel like, it is time for that as well. And it does feel different than the Hillary Trump thing. I mean, there's some similarities, but there's a lot of differences this time too. And we're just at a different time compared to then. Um,
It's just the
and
same suits that the women
yeah,
are wearing. Those same ugly fucking men's suits. It's like, why?
yeah,
I'd
and that,
respect it more if she like just came out in like some crop tops and some hoochie mama pants. It's just like at least it'd be different. Even Hillary, hell, I wouldn't want to actually see that, but I respect it more than just the same ugly fucking pantsuit. Get the fuck out of here with that. God damn. Retire that shit.
yeah. Like I said, I mean, if they did go the Trump route, like I said, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it is still possible, but the thing I look at too with Trump, if it is Trump, I mean, like I said, Republicans have basically been, war candidates, and they've shown you that over and over. And I just think that they're probably going to just keep going with the same agenda of the assassinations and possibly a war or something like that, because they can easily pull it off with Trump, and they have been doing it. And I mean, to me, it just seems like and it's interesting too, because like I said, they did just show that Kamala did beat Trump, so they did just show that.
Mhm.
So what are we really looking at here? It's like, is that, you know because it's interesting, because like they show that before then, and then you get these rig sports things going on right now, and whatever happens tomorrow. So it's like, um there's all major indications that what's going to happen this week is going to be very wild, and it's going to be, it's whichever way it goes, however they do it. And like I said, they're, by January 20th, I mean, they can do so much by that time. I mean, we could easily get, a Biden death, in December, or this month yet. They could easily just do something crazy, and then switch something up. I mean, eh, you know who knows what's going to happen here. And then, and like I said, I mean, it's perfect time though for something to happen. And whether, if that means it's time for Kamala, or it's going to be, a big, something with Trump, or there's just going to be something that's just going to happen. um, I feel like we are on the brink of that. I mean, it's, because they have to get the ball rolling, the big phase of the agenda. And like I said, with the AI and the technology coming out, I mean, nobody's talking about that. Nobody's talking about the big things, and where things I believe are going to be, like a year from now. I mean, it's unfathomable we're going to be a year from now. It's unfathomable, uh, to me. And I do see things looking a lot different, and I do see things picking up, and getting weirder, getting crazier, going more overboard. Um, and that's been the goal all along with these people. I mean, they're purposely doing this just to get a rile out of you. That's why they have the selection every 4 years. they're testing us, they're putting us through the ringer. They got to have these, you know, that's why they got to have the sports. They got to have everything. Just they have to keep doing this to you and just running it over and over and just beating you down. And that's, it kind of plays into, the agenda too, because everyone's just looking either, get high or, isolate or, whatever you're going to do to, so you have all the people alone, you have people isolated, you have people taken out of society. Um, and obviously, like I said, that the suicide's going to go up. I mean, it's just going to keep going up, so it's not going to go down. I mean, um, and like I said, I think the biggest thing too is going to be the digital currency when that gets pushed in. I mean, I got to think that before 2030, with the way things are, we're probably on the digital currency, and I think that uh, that's got to be basically the next phase of the agenda, because you got to look at where people are at. And um, like I said, I don't see things uh, staying the same for too much longer. I think we're on the cusp of major changes, major events, and I think they're going to be happening soon. And I think it's going to affect everybody, maybe in the same way or maybe in a different way. But either way, you're gonna feel the impact of what's coming. That's just the way I see it.
That's the goal at the end of the day, is to, you know, to move people, physically and mentally. Uh, it's a control. It's a measure of control as well. Like I said, it's a litmus test for, just what we will do and how we will react and how we will, whether or not we're going to continue to uphold the status quo for these tyrants, no matter what they do, no matter how they treat us, no matter what, scraps that they afford us. Um, and yeah, I think the future's female. Not that I agree with it. Not that I agree with the future being male. As long as I'm led by a loser tyrant, I could care less what the person identifies as.
Right,
But
because it's obviously happening. It can't be denied. I mean, it's obviously happening. So it's
mhm.
it's part of the agenda. So
But yeah, if you made it this far or whatever, uh, feel free to leave your predictions. Maybe any clues before the next couple of days. That way, you're on record in our comment section. It'll be, you know, written in stone, unable to be messed with by the likes of Google. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, or email us your thoughts, your suggestions. Uh, tell us what you think in the comments section. What not that you should care too much, but if you do, let us know what you're thinking. And yeah, look forward to next week, where I don't know if we have a idea of next week.
I think it's going to be the aftermath of this week. I think it's going to be the
That makes
after.
sense.
And
It
yeah,
might even still be going. You're right. You're right. So
right.
we'll keep that open. We'll pencil it in for now. But yeah, with that being all set, gonna go take my dogs out and call this a week.
Yeah, it's been a blast. It's been a 5-hour blast, but
Mhm.
we had a lot of things to say and a lot of things needed to be said. And um, I guess I'll just close out with it's going to be like I said. I think the biggest thing people have to just look at, it's not just going to be the fifth here. It's not just going to be the one day. This is going to be an ongoing thing, and this is going to be you know drag out to January 20th. It's going to drag out through 2025, and it's people got to a lot of people just want to think it's we're entering a different time. We're entering the next phase of the agenda, and it's going to be taking place. And I've been telling people we're going over the cliff in 2025. We're going over the edge, and it's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. It's going to be insane. It's going to be bizarre. And I know we both know that. And it's just it's gonna be very exciting too. It's gonna be very exciting because they're gonna keep us on the edge of our seats, and we're just gonna keep digging and look at it.
Excuse me.
Um, whatever our obviously the next episode, like I said, we're gonna be uh, going over the aftermath, going over what just took place and what's possibly still taking place, and what we think is going on too. So I mean, it's going to be basically you know from here on out, we're going to be talking about this for a while because this is going to be uh, the next biggest event of them all. Really, I mean, them telling you it's going to be a 9/11. I mean, you can't sleep on that. It's
Yeah, don't
coming.
take that lightly.
Yeah. So I mean, like I said, I don't know what to expect, but I'm expecting whatever it's going to be, and it's going to be something. I know that, and yeah, I mean, if it's the Kamala route, I mean, I can kind of see it going either way, but I can also see him bending a lot of rules. And like I said, the voting is just imaginary. It's all just doesn't even count. It's not even real. So I mean, doesn't matter if there's more votes for Trump or not. It's going to be whatever they're going to say it's going to be, and that's going to be it. And we're just going to be along for the ride from that. So yeah, it's going to be a clown show. That's for one thing. It's going to be it's going to be a clown show. I know that. So yeah, it's going to be. I don't know. It's kind of hard to put it into words. I mean, I've never seen it so like I said, it could go both ways. But um, yeah, it's going to be one Oompa Loompa or the other Oompa Loompa. I'll put it that way. One Oompa Loompa or the other Oompa Loompa. So
And you got that transition integrity project, uh, you know, calling it saying it's going to be an election month.
yeah,
So strap in, folks. Uh, but yeah, we will catch up with you guys next week and see where we are then. Until then, everybody have a great day, night, sleep peacefully, say hi to your neighbor, pet your dog. Deuces.
peace.